such a good result. We are about to enter the Yan'an Highway. By passing through the Yan'an Highway, we are moving forward.
另外一条呢，就是上海的南北的高架。那么延安高架呢，是连通着上海的青浦、虹桥以及长宁、普陀、静安，再到黄埔，再到对面的黄浦江对面的浦东，其实也是连通了上海的多个区。那么此刻可以看到，其实上海的车辆呢并不太多。在我们身旁呢，又来了一辆这个物资保供的车辆哈。其实可以看到，目前
Yan'an Overpass is an important artery connecting the east side and western side of Shanghai. Yan'an Overpass is connecting the Qingpu district together with the Huangpu area in Shanghai, crossing the Huangpu River. There is another vehicle we are seeing crossing the street. That is one of the supplying vehicles, providing the day-to-day necessities to the citizens. So the vehicle near us carries a lot of medics who is going to fight at the front line of COVID-19. So behind this van, it is a special vehicle for the COVID-19 protection control.
好的，可以看到，在我们的左手边呢，就是上海的大世界；在我们的右边呢，这么一个圆形的建筑呢，就是上海的历史的博物馆。在这个地方呢，可以看到上海的过去，也能够看到上海的未来。
It is still roaming on the road.
自东向西行驶。在我们前方的500米呢，就是刚才提到的上海的另外一条交通的主干道。
Let's go to the Yan'an Overpass.
道路呢也是连接了上海的东西南北。通过这样的一个路牌可以看到，我们其实离虹桥，就是上海的虹桥枢纽呢，也就是大概10公里左右的距离。其实这么一个地方呢，也是连接着上海的长三角，因为在青浦，它那个地方呢也是上海长三角示范区的所在地，连接着江苏的吴江、浙江的嘉善，所以呢，整个的这样一个疫情来了以后呢，多地呢也是联合共同的抗疫，尤其是呢长三角呢也是我国经济最发达的地方，所以呢整个的，特别是在疫情以来呢，也是特别体现了这么一个兄弟之间的相互的支持，尤其是在这么一个艰难的时刻，大家鼓起劲来，齐心协力来一起参与这样的一场战斗大战。目前可以看到眼前这么一个交错的建筑呢，就是我们的南北高架和延安高架的交汇处了。这个地方呢，也是上海的黄浦区和静安区的这么一个交汇处，在我们的左手边呢就是黄浦，在我们的右手边呢就是静安。那么前方的这个柱子呢，就是上海市民特别熟知的九龙柱了。好，我们的车辆继续由东向西行驶，可以看到，其实这么一个交通的枢纽很难想象。因为我是一个来了上海大概10年左右的一个新的上海人，从来没有见过这样的一个景象。我们其实在这几天的采访过程中呢，也会去询问一些上海当地的市民，包括我们的采访对象。大多数的人都没有见过这般的景象，但是我们相信，通过这一次大家齐心协力，尤其是昨天和今天的全员的抗原的筛查，包括今天的全员的核酸的检测，可以看到上海真的是上下同心，一起来共同的有这么一个决心来打赢这一场攻坚战，打赢这一场战斗。整个的城市虽然目前是按下了暂停键，但是我们相信很快就会能够有一个 核酸的结果出来，能够最快的通过我们这样一个科学的这么一个筛查的方法，找到潜在的感染者，迅速的切断这么一个传播链，能够尽快。
And it is going to cut the transmission chains. And moving in front of us, it is going to be one of the entrance in the Huashan route. This is another important landmark in Shanghai Exhibition Center, and one of the August. In every year in August, the major event is going to be held here in Shanghai Exhibition Center, even with the COVID-19 pandemic. The Shanghai Exhibition Center has adopted an online plus offline method to hold the exhibitions and conferences. The central part of the Shanghai, especially Jing'an and Huangpu, is being dotted with such historic sceneries, especially in the past few years. Shanghai has summed up some of the landmarks with the red histories. So while we are broadcasting, there is 167 red landmarks in Shanghai, while Shanghai is trying to protect these historic heritages to make sure that the historic moments can be remembered through this important architect. For over past 10 years, we have explored into the city of Shanghai, and we are going to show you one of the small routes in Shanghai that is never going to be expanded to more lanes. Let's look this city through another perspective. So I have shown you the Binjiang district in Xuhui, and I did not show you the Huangpu River. Alongside the Huangpu River, it is one of the best seasons in the city of Shanghai. Through our reporting, we hope that you can be together with us, join us in this lockdown of one of the major metropolis in the world, the city Shanghai. We are heading toward the Xuhui district in Shanghai. Let's look at some of the historic relics in Xuhui district. Those of you who are familiar with Shanghai might know that there are so many protected buildings in Shanghai, including some of the buildings being designed by the famous architect, including Mr. Rudek. So let's check this architect during the COVID-19. We hope that after the pandemic, under the beautiful cherry trees, under the magnificent buildings of Wuhan, and these famous buildings and streets and these familiar streets, we could sip our cup of coffee and chat with our friend. Heading toward us, it is one of the Song Qingling adolescent palace. It is an activity center hosted for the adolescents and even the school children to play and learn. And this is a major renovation project for the Jing'an district. It is one of the business circles in the Puxi district. And there were so many buildings which were designed specially. And for this time, the Jing'an district has used their community powers to conjure up the effort to tackle with COVID-19. This is a major show of the city center in Shanghai. There are more vehicles roaming on the roads than other sides. And on the right side, it is a huge truck carrying the materials and daily necessities. Some of the citizens has told us this is actually our familiar rules, and we hope that Shanghai could win this battle of COVID-19. They want to thank our country, thank the support from the citizens, and also thank the aid provided by the medics. We hope this pandemic could be finished, and we want to thank all the efforts made by the medics. And there are other citizens mentioned that they are in Jiading district of Shanghai, they hope this pandemic could be finished. This is a moment for winning this battle, so we need to stand up.
可以看到，现在我们的网友的多数都是上海加油，上海加油。我们现在的车辆呢是自动在行驶。
We are heading from the north part of Shanghai to the south part of Shanghai, and currently we are at the Changshu Road. Alongside the road, it is one of the Shanghai's famous spots, the tree shadows under the spring noon. We hope that we are going to see the old Shanghai comes back again. We are coming by some of the policemen, and we are going to slow down for this checkpoint. So with the permission, we are going to head forward, no matter in Jing'an, Huangpu, and other districts in Shanghai. They are working as united to do the nuclear asset testing, the coastal management of the communities, and sometimes the party members need to work at the makeshift hospital or temporary isolation sites to call on for the consensus in the society. We are here at the junction of Huangpu Road and Changshu Road. At our right hand, it is going to be the site. And there are so many friends who is leaving a message on this chat room. We believe the spring of Shanghai is going to come back. And some of the are talking about the Shanghai's effort in combating this wave of the COVID-19. And in this wave, the grassroots party workers is doing their job at every second, and they like to pay their respect for the frontline workers. At these busy roads, where it is used to be packed by vehicles, where there are the hustling and justlings of the metropolitans, we are still seeing some of the delivery men working. Some of them are delivering the medicines for the elderly people who suffered from a chronic disease. This is the Huangpu Road of Shanghai, one of the traditional business circles in Shanghai, and people has shopped and consumed here. And in this Huangpu Road, the street is empty. Lying in front of us, there are so many historic heritage. In the center of Shanghai, you are seeing so many historic heritages. It is representing Shanghai's local culture, mixing the Chinese with the foreign and Western atmospheres. The local citizens is willing to bring their family members and to take a stroll in this thoroughfare and sip a cup of coffee on this road. These lines are separating different pedestrians. This is what Shanghai is pursuing. Do not like one people, and all the Shanghai citizens should go through the nuclear asset testing. We are still driving through the Huangpu Road. The CBD area that we have driven through is behind us. It is at the conjunction of the Zhejiang Road and the Racing Road. I'm going to show you some of the famous sites for Shanghai where a lot of people take photos and posted them on their WeChat moments. There are many citizens expressing their blessing for Shanghai and our chat room. We want to thank the medics and also the volunteers. And some of them is talking that our whole nation is back in Shanghai. As one of the Shanghai citizens, we want to thank the medics and thank them for their support for Shanghai. We are enjoying this great country, and we also want to thank these volunteers and also these medics. We are going to wait for this beautiful moment, the blossom of the flowers, when this moment comes. There are other netizens expressing their gratifications for the megacity of Shanghai. This is one of the major landmarks in Shanghai, because over the past few years, Shanghai has landed and translated some of the overpasses, and this is an area being designed by the famous architect. It is also a site where a lot of TV series and movies were shot here. We are seeing one of the 120 medical ambulance passing us through, and they are the major vehicles responsible for transferring the citizens, and they are actually working at the whole site. So here we are shifting our camera to one of the buildings that a lot of netizens is willing to take a photo and post it on their Instagram. It is waiting here still, and there are only some of the volunteers working nearby. For the whole Wuhan route and also the Shanghai route, it is the route where the netizens really like it to take photos, and alongside it, there are so many cafes and also some of the tea shops. At the turn of some of the corners, there might be some of the shops or cafes where you can take a sip and relax. But all of it is being separated by the isolation markers now. In front of certain buildings, there are volunteers making sure that there is no in and out. We are here at the Xinguo route and the Wuhan route. It is where the old Shanghai has been gathered. I've been mentioned that in the recent few years, Shanghai is protecting the city. And there are so many local citizens. As I'm riding here, a lot of tourists is checking in these areas. Through our camera, it is being scattered by these isolation markers. This is an important demonstration that we are going to win this battle against COVID-19 for the past 2 days. There is one policeman registering the information for the delivery guy. Let's move from the west side to the eastern side. We are heading toward the Hunan Road. And we have been passing the Linlihui. It is what we call the gather up of the neighborhood. People can relax here, where it is being greatly enjoyed by the elderly people, and they have some of the exercise, and also one of the major functions is to stabilize the community and provide the elderly people with the breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It is being reported that Shanghai is creating such a service for the elderly people, where they can enjoy the dinner and breakfast at a quite cheap price. Our delivery man, who was flying across us, is finished his check and information registration with the place. This is the Hunan Road of the Xuhui city. After another 15 days, this tree is going to blossom. So we are heading toward the Shanghai Road. It is a road where a lot of people buys food and buys clothes. It is a road where the first Western restaurant gathered here, and in the Shanghai Road there are some of the new checkpoints. Last year, Shanghai has came up with the concept to build up a new consumption landmark. Right here at this moment. After 4 days of the close-up in the Puxi district, it is going to be a temporary effort. We are looking forward that everybody could walk on the road, drink coffee and tea with the old friend, and tour around these important landmarks. And before, in Xuhui and Huangpu, when people were crossing some of the old roads and districts, there are the Huaihai TFs, where it is being reported to a detail that how are we going to make the Chinese culture a wave. And there are also some of the first launching stores, and through the nightclubs, they are creating a brand new outlook for Shanghai. We are moving from west. We are heading from to the east side of Shanghai. The road is being surrounded by the sycamore trees, and lying in front of us is one of the buses carrying the medical workers. Let's move eastward. On the right side, it is the Fuxing Road. There are so many policemen patrolling on the street. Through this graded method, every one of us every community in Shanghai is going to be screened through the nucleic acid testing. This is what we call to test everybody who should, and to screen everybody who should, and also to take in any possible suspected patient. On the street, we did not see any pedestrians. Lying in front of us, it is one of the policemen helping the citizens, and he is trying to keep up with the questions, and there are some of the ladies seeking help from him. Lying at our right hand is the Shanghai Music Conservatory. Shanghai Musical Conservatory has been locked down from the on-site city under the COVID-19 pandemic. The musics and the art did not cease their pursuit for the essence of the art and music. Through their voice, through their singing, they are trying to nurture the heart of the citizens, especially in the press release. There are some of the songs talking about the South Road of Guangping, number 600. Using this music, they are calling for joint effort to battle this COVID-19. We are here at the Huaihai IPAM Center, and we do not see any citizens here. It is about noon. We do not see any citizens pass through. For one part, I am deeply moved by this thing, and for another part, I hope that this COVID-19 pandemic could be ended. This is the Shanghai cinema. Shanghai Road is witnessing the selfie. Some of the non-citizens might not know that Huaihai Road is used to be called the selfie restaurant. And this is also one of the landmark cinemas in Shanghai. On this road, there are some of the areas, which means the Guangming village, and some of the stores, and also the restaurants. We are going to give the floor to Zhu Yi. Every year, every New Year, every Spring Festival, we actually report to you and brought to you some of the live streamings about the food which was being prepared in this Huaihai Road. Especially for those of you whose hometown is not in Shanghai, you might come here to bring some of the Shanghai local cuisines. Huaihai Road, apart from a place to select clothes, it is one of the important landmarks for consumptions. I'm going to introduce you some of the landmarks which is going to be welcomed by the young people. This is a red restaurant. This is one of the old restaurants in Shanghai. On our right hand, it is what we call the General Master. It is a shopping mall where it introduced some of the consumption concept, including some of the consumption experience. Because of this pandemic, we are not going to enter into the shopping center. And hoping the city of Shanghai hopes to create 100 consumption destinations within a few years. Shanghai is moving for the 25 million Shanghai citizens. From the other side, the city is moved up. From the other side, the medics is working on their spot, and also the people working on the ambulance, especially in the A and E's, they never cease to help. So for the Shanghai Health Commissions, they have mentioned that for the A and E center in Shanghai has never ceased to operate. It is operating 24/7 every day. Let's park our vehicle here. We are going to interview one of the citizens working on the street. Here it is one of the landmarks in Shanghai. Every year, a lot of Communist Party members come here. It is the Cakes shopping mall, a brand new shopping mall which was created by Shanghai. Let's move our camera here. It is going to be the green light, and let's have an interview with him. We are from CMG, so how many hours do you work every day? Let's move toward this shopping center, where a restaurant is quite popular by the local citizens. Even under this joint effort of the COVID-19, the people are moving things ups and downs. Here it is a one-time medical supplies. Let's ask one of them. Hello, we are from the China Media Group. We are doing one of the live streaming shows. Can you tell us where did this medical supplies comes from? It comes from Shanghai Pharmacy. So what kind of a material inside? Medical gloves, protection PPEs, and medical masks. There are around 300 to 400 boxes here. It is going to be delivered to every different streets and communities in the Huangpu district. So how many people can it be delivered to? It is going to supply 2 to 3 streets. Every day we are delivering it. Every day, when did you get up and how many boxes do you fill? I get up at around 6 to 7 a.m. And yesterday, I was working up to 12 p.m. I get up at 11 a.m. I think the majority of us is working at such a pace. The important part is to deliver this material to the frontline workers. So which one do you think it is the most important? I think in the recent few days, they are doing their nucleic acid testings, the protective clothes as well as the N95 medical mask is in urgent demand. Can you show us what is inside? I think we have empathized what is inside, and we have moved everything out for the purpose of the ventilation. This is the protective mask. The face shield, which is a first-class shielding medical equipment. This is one-time gloves. This is the antigen agent. For this box, it is going to be supplied for around 25 people. And for this box, it is going to be supplying to 600 people. How many boxes do you buy? We have estimated that every day we consume about 400 boxes of the antigen reagent. Yesterday, one of the representatives of the Huangpu district told us that we are going to consume for 150 million boxes every day in Huangpu district. We have stored the PPEs for the next stage. For the first two times, it is going to be 150 and 140. Have you had your lunch before? Did I interrupt your lunch? What did you have for lunch? Yes, we had this. Take care. At this critical moment, across the city, they are working to. We hope that there are some days Shanghai could get zero COVID-19 numbers. To its maximum, we can guarantee over 400 different boxes. These are the newly arrived PPEs. We have not cleared the numbers. There are some of the PPEs for the chronic disease. Yes, our pharmacies is still open. We have opened up 522 different pharmacies. I'm going to show you one of them. In these pharmacies, because Shanghai, we cares about these elderly people with the chronic disease. So what kind of a preparation did you do, especially in our street? We are been focusing on the retailing business. That's the reason why we have been focusing on some of the common commodities and also the chronic disease. Every day, we hope, every week, we hope that we could assemble one of these boxes. And we have also opened up a Jingdong delivery platform where we can deliver this chronic medicine at the front door. So how do you deliver it to the front door? For the delivery service system, we might entrust some of the volunteers to deliver at the doorway. And another side, by the delivery through the express deliveries, they are going to pick up the medicines. And because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we are short of the personnel. We might suspend this part of the business because the pharmacies only provide the service to some of the roads alongside the Zhejiang district. Since the first round of the nucleic acid testing, there are the prevention controls. So I think some of the medicines for the hypertension, diabetes, and also the TCMs is in a huge demand. I think our citizens can buy some of the medicines in advance. We have also used some of the medicines which can be preventing the chronic disease and infectious disease. Yesterday, there is an antigen testing across the city. Today, there is an antigen testing for 250 million people across the city. What kind of medicines do we prepare? From the pharmacist's perspective, I think it's very important for the citizens to protect themselves. The personal PPEs is going to be a long-term demand, including the medical masks, sterilization agent, and some of the TCMs. Right at this moment, there are some of the materials which is going through the delivery. Every day, which kind of product can be used, including the PPEs? Every day, we are supplying to the Huangpu district for the different streets. Every day, they dispatch for 2 to 3 vehicles to collect 600 to 700 boxes of the medicines. The majority of them are PPEs. Because moving into the next stage, it is going to be a sterilization process for the whole city. We are short of hands because a lot of our staff has been trapped inside of their homes. Currently, we have around 30 people who can work at the site. And we are going to guarantee the PPEs inside of the district. So we are from the Shanghai city. I can see you all wet. Are you born after the 1990s or 1980s? What do you do? Every day, we are responsible for the delivery of these materials. We deliver everything that they need. We are the volunteers from other different companies joining these areas. I've been working here for 7 days. I stay here, I live here. Did you count that how many days? Is it very heavy? Yes. Every day, some of the districts is asking in urgent. So as a volunteer, what is your major purpose? We should be working at the right moment. There are other medics hoping to protect the citizens. COVID-19 is one of the major testing for the city of Shanghai, for the different districts, for the different communities. If you see these medics, they are working really hard. Sometimes I wake at 7 a.m. and work to 11 p.m. So when there is one box of the PPEs, we are going to deliver it. For each one of the people, they are going to work for 300 boxes to 500 boxes. And once we unpack them and unassemble them, we are going to unpack another different medical materials. After we get the task from the streets, we have placed it to the designated area. Because we are actually the first round of protection. It is not very convenient for us to go into Shanghai. Sometimes they might went at 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. Once they arrive here, we are going to unpack it from the vehicle. There are some of the green channels and quick channels for these materials to be delivered. Once it is being arranged, we are going to deliver it to the street. Thank you very much. For these materials, at around afternoon or at around 4 to 5 p.m., we are going to dispatch it. I think the pharmacy is just in front of us. It is called the 552, right? So our live streaming is continued from the China Media Group together with the Shanghai station. It is called one of the frontline of the fight against COVID-19 in Shanghai. Have you seen Shanghai like this before? Yes, no. I think you are from Shanghai, right? I live in Shanghai. I was bred and reared in this city. I think this effort is for accelerating this. There are so many delivery guys which is going forward and backward. It is one of the fashion landmarks where all the trends are being mixed here. We are seeing a lot of hustling and bustling on the plaza. And in the Huangpu River, in the live streaming, we used to see a lot of young people who is like to consume here. It is one of the streets which is quite vital. I've been a witness to the rapid evolutions of the Huangpu River. For 100 years history in Shanghai, it is a city of great dynamisms. It is a city of greater fashions, attracting young people to shop in the Huangpu River, to experience in the Huangpu River. There are so many old stores which were stationed in Huangpu River for many years. We have prepared some of the local cuisines. So your store is still opening, right? Yeah, we never close up our doors because we need to guarantee the supply. Let's take a peek inside. So can you introduce us? That which medicine is in the urgent demand? I think diabetes, chronic disease. A lot of people, even if we have supplied them the medicines, they do not consume it. That's the reason why we have give the medicine back. Some of the people are calling that it is the old stores. Their community, they cannot get out of the community. That's the reason why we have delivered this medicine at the gates. Can you help us to check these medicines? These are some of the medicines for hypertension. And other medicines is gradually in supply. I think there are some of the medicines in supply. And there are some of the personal protection equipments. And because the volunteers need to go to the street. I think the PPEs is quite important. And these 2 days. Thank you. Please take care of yourself. So the pharmacy is still under normal operation, right? Yes. We are still opens our door. It is the responsibility for the state-owned enterprises. We have slept and eat at our store. So how many days have you been stationed here? I've been working here for 4 to 5 days. So how did you tell your family? I think my family understands me. I need to station here to protect the stores. After the prevention and control after the close down, do you have any wishes for the deliveries? I think there are some of the elderly people who are calling to our store that they are being trapped in their community. And we are calling for the delivery man to deliver this to their front door. This is demonstrating the responsibilities of the state-owned enterprises. And sometimes we even use around to 4 or 5 to deliver these materials. And we even added up some of the isolation sites for the early stage protection. There are the deliveries. And we've been participating until 4 a.m. It's quite hard, right? At every morning they need to unpack these boxes, and they are working at a heavy load from the warehouses. There is only around several dozens of people working at a whole day straight. We are working in a super load. Our warehouse is located in the Pudong at the time. So the Pudong district was under the lockdown, while Puxi is not. That's the reason why we have even registered a special trespass to get this material from Puxi to Pudong. These are some of the vehicles which is driving back. They are trying to pick up other different medical materials. After it is being assembled, we are going to transport it here. I think we are going to serve it until the whole society went into zero. Thank you. So dear viewers, we are going to show you around the street in Shanghai. Lying in front of us, so the Huangpu Road has witnessed the hustling and bustling of the megacity in Shanghai. There's actually no people in Huangpu Road. Through this random interview, we are seeing that the pharmacies and also other volunteers is still at work. and each one of them is paying their effort to make sure that this is representing the stabilities of the city, and each one of the personnel, though not much of us is seeing it, I believe effort by effort, we are going to make this city warmer. We are back to the vehicle. So these are some of the local souvenir stores where people across the country, and when they are near the Spring Festival, they are going to come here and buy some of the souvenirs from Shanghai and bring it back to their hometown. The cleansing vehicle is cleaning up the whole city. Across the city, it is operating 24/7. The majority of the citizens is being locked down in their home to enjoy a few days of the we believe a better time is going to come, and a beautiful Shanghai awaits us in the future. Through the effort for each one of us, we are going to support this great effort, and we are going to get to a better future. So we are actually in the new business cycle. This is the Huangpu Road. I think some of the ladies might like it. There are some of the international brands. But we are heading toward one of the memorials for the first plenary sessions of the Communist Party of China. So here we are recording for the heroes who were contributing to our party and also our country's history. We've been launched in these sites, and some of the citizens are coming here to pay their tribute. It is the center of the city, and it is also working together with the universities and also colleges to let the young people learn the details of the history of our party. So I think the road has been closed up. So let me tell you and let me show you Shanghai under provincial control, Shanghai in the lockdown. It is a familiar Shanghai, it is the old Shanghai and a new Shanghai. It is Shanghai for all of us. We are going to turn the vehicle and moving to the westward. We are here at the center of Shanghai and the Huangpu district. At our right hand, it is the museum for the first plenary sessions of the CPC, Communist Party of China. After the pandemic, please come to this museum to pay this part of the histories and do not forget our initial purpose. During this great wave of the COVID-19, I think that we are going to be united, and through one of the party's events, through every single effort in the makeshift hospitals, there is going to be a lot of active people, a lot of young people who is participating in this great battle of COVID-19. Let's roaming back to the center of Shanghai, the People's Square, and the International Hotel of People's Square. It is People's Memorial Square. It is the heart of Shanghai, and at the People's Memorial Square, it is one of the landmarks. There are some of the cleaners working at the road. This is the traditional business area, blending the traditional element with the new element. The flowers is in full blossom alongside the street. Moving from south part of Shanghai to the north part of Shanghai, we are still roaming on the road. At both sides of the road, there are so many protective buildings. I'd like to tell you a small story of Shanghai. In order to protect these buildings, we have adopted these measures. It is representing the management levels of the Shanghai city and their respect to the architect and also the history itself. Shanghai, by using many methods, one part is updating the city management, and through this modern method, they can update the city organically, protecting this area where it is needed.
好的，各位央视新闻的网友，大家好，我是总台央视记者吴琼。那刚刚呢，我们也是从上海的闵行的社区来到了现在位于上海松江的一个生鲜的保供大仓。那其实呢，今天呢是上海开展核酸检测的一个日子。其实可能很多市民呢在上午或者中午已经完成了这个核酸检测，那么现在呢可能已经开始休息了。
Today is the day for the whole citizens' nuclear asset testing, and we are here at the Songjiang district, one of the fresh market supplying supermarkets in Shanghai.
给我们介绍一下，刚才其实我们刚刚看到已经有很多
We have seen a lot of trucks.
他们是在送货的，是吧？
Yes, we are from some of the veg market.
碗牌的车，有苏牌的车，然后可能还有云南的那些蔬菜。
There are some of the vegetables who are coming from the Yunnan.
这个大仓是日均有200辆车在这里出入。
Every day, there are around 200 vehicles in and out.
现在我们去看一下，我看现在已经有很多的工作人员正在这个忙碌着，他们是在做。
So what kind of effort are they doing?
像我们这边就是我们的收货区，现在就是对我们外面基地过来的蔬菜进行卸货，卸到我们的仓库里面。所以我们工作人员正在收货操作，都是的。
I think everybody is in a rush. Apart from guarantee the supplies of the citizens, we also responded very quickly. All these trucks has opened up a gate and also so that their containers can be transported here. The gate is going to be opened up. That is indicating one of the trucks is coming. Where did these trucks come from, and where did the vegetables come from? There are vegetables coming from Yunnan and Shandong. To my knowledge, it is the largest warehouses of the vegetables, and the maximum volume can be reached for 100 tons per day. At the first day of the lockdown in Puxi, this warehouse has transferred for 170 tons of the vegetables and fruits. To its maximum, the total level has been surpassing 500. It is working 24/7. So what kind of work did they do? This is what we call the production distribution effort. That is to say, these vehicles come to the warehouse. We have unpacked them, repacked them, and distributed to all the supermarkets. For this warehouse, there is around 500 people. There are some of the materials who is guaranteeing. There are certain different vegetables, which is providing the high efficient guarantees. And for this warehouse, there is around 500 workers, and all of them is working in a closed loop. Every day, they are doing 1 times of the nuclear asset testing and 2 times of the antigen reagent testing to make sure the safety of the personnel. So we are seeing one of the delivery men who is scanning here. After we have do it, we have reassembled and redistributed to all the different stations in Shanghai. I think all of the workers who are working here is just like being, the time is taken for each one of these workers. That's the reason why they are working to guarantee all the product is going to be delivered to the hands of the final consumers. It's a huge warehouse. I could see that it is quite cold inside. It's around 10 degrees centigrade temperature when I entered. I think the permanent temperature for this warehouse is around 10 degrees centigrade to 15 degrees centigrade.
你看大家不停地在把这个香蕉它进行一个分拣。
对，这就是我们在分拣，这就是我们在分拣，然后
We have packed these bananas and weighed these bananas.
做了一个架了一个慢直
And a few days ago, we have done a live streaming in this warehouse.
线不停的话，人
And if this
对我们4分的3班，
shift is not going to stop, the workers working on this line is also not going to stop.
再往前走一下。我刚才呢是听说是6个人，
I heard that there are 6 people working in one of the workflows.
这个叫做县长。
车帽子，车帽子是我们这条线的一个负责对县长，他会对这条线的效率
I think there is one people who is going to give the guidelines.
看一下吧。其实大家的这个动作都是非常的快速和熟练的哈。这1个小时，我不知道这个能分拣多少份，我觉得这个真的是。
I don't know how many packages can you unpack every day. I think for every day it is around 150 pieces
香蕉，
for these bananas, right?
我们可以问一下这个县长，我不知道能不能停下
I don't know whether we can stop him or not. Can you tell me what are you doing? I'm labeling these foods and packages.
这个商品嘛，
For each one of these marks is need to be labeled.
这个是进口香蕉，
This is the imported bananas.
对着这个商品你要不贴个标签是吧，也不知道有的是什么香蕉。
If you don't label them, you are not going to understand whether it is the domestic banana or the imported banana.
479，
There are some the times
是不是今天生产的是吧？
labeling the other informations. It's not only about labeling,
你是唯一的男生嘛？
it's about putting the information here on the bananas.
重要性的错误不错误，确
I'm also here to make sure that whether the information is correct or not.
重量是不是？
I need to check the weight.
在这边，
不光是贴标签，你还是要做一些体力活，是吗？
对，他这边上男的嘛，
就有一些
You are not going to stop, right? Because once every single workers in this workflow has stopped, they are going to affect the whole operations. There are 6 people working in a shift.
一组上有一个男同志，就是大标签主要是
On this assembly line, there are 6 guys working here on these assembly lines, and we have also weighted the total volume of this assembly line.
就是几个人嘛，女同志主要是占大部分，像对对对，都是男的为干的。
加油加油，加油！
Thank you. Let's take a step further.
那就刚才我们看到的是一个香蕉的一个流水线，看
We are seeing some of the assembly lines.
都是在进行这个操作。
这整个车间都是我们的一个
This is what called the semi-production line from these manufacturing sites.
再往前走走看一看，好了。像这么多的一个，
There are different baskets of the bananas,
全部要今天要发到我们队里上。
which is going to be dispatched.
这又是一位县长，
This is also one of the head of one of the assembly lines.
我都为自己承担来做得好。
他就是一个团队的。
He is responsible for this small team, 6 workers in this assembly line. It's not about the labeling, it's also weighing.
要往上搬，
It's also turning this basket to this side.
这一筐还是挺重的，他一般会分到一次会搬3个筐过来。
Every time he is going to move 3 to 4 different boxes to make it shorter and more efficient.
他这个手速真的是
He's moving quite quickly. I did not notice that. I still see him selecting the. So let's take a very special notice of his hand. So while he is trying to select the food, he's also labeling it. For each one of the 3 baskets, he's going to turn them upside down. So there is a label right there. A label like this means that once this label comes out, he's going to attach it. It's a very so it requires a very swift hand. So there are some of the people working in the front line. We have the quality testings, and if it is a very good quality testing, it's around 300 grams, and we are going to grab these 300 grams out and making it on this shelf. And this head of this assembly line is going to transfer it to another site. For each one of them, it requires a team of 6 to work in a constant shift. And I think this 6 people group is the best group that we can design. So can I interview you? I think you are the only lady here. There's a lot of ladies who's working here. Do you think it's very tiring? I think it's fine. I am adapting quite good here. I think our leaders cares about us. You have been locked down in this special industrial park, right? Yes, we are working here and being locked down here every day. We are working here and sleeping here every day. After the separations, we have been working here and slept here. How many days have you been working here? It's around 8 to 9 days. I have not seen a single word. I have not seen the word out. How about your family members? They are in my hometown. We are here to guarantee that every people is going to enjoy the food that we have been selected. I think what I should say is we are serving the other people. So we really want to thank you. And we have done one of the live streaming here, and I am seeing through the camera that you have been working constantly. To be frankly, I'm quite busy, but I'm quite happy. I feel that my work is valuable. I cannot tell you, but I have this sense of the fulfillment. Sometimes I work overtime to meet up with the deadlines, but I'm happy that I have a job. So I am not going to get a sense of day and night. Yes. Thank you so much. I think it's quite cold here. I think all of them is working really hard. They feel this sense of responsibilities and they do want to make something to serve the people who is waiting on site for the vegetables and for the fruits. Apart from these normal packages, we are seeing other different packages. I think it's of a high efficiency. We transfer it to a certain place and we package it. We see some of the fruits, gingers, peppers, and there are other different vegetables. And once we have packaged it, we are going to deliver it to the certain sites. They have arrived here at 3 a.m. in this warehouse, and at around 3 a.m. or 1 a.m. to 2 a.m., we start to dispatch it. So every time we are working on a time-based shift with the vegetables, fruits. There are other vegetables arriving in the morning. In the afternoon, it is about some of the plant or leaf-based materials. So the people have we have been in a great amount of the vegetables. So this is a warehouse undertaking the responsibilities, supplying the western side of Shanghai. So on each one of the box, it marks a very decent income. We have covered the Puxi district by adding some of the assembly lines. At the beginning of the COVID-19, we are actively echoing the demand. What are they doing right now? So for this newly assembled, facing the different demands, we are going to separate it and deliver it to every site, and then deliver it to the dispatch sites. So this is a lot of vegetables and foods for the area of Baolong. For each penny we paid for these vegetables, it is being labeled through this automatic system. We have listed the companies, we have listed the product information through a real-time monitoring. At each one of the supermarkets, we understand. So in this warehouse, every day the daily production used to be 300 million tons. By adding some of the hands in this warehouse, we have added the total personnel who is working here to around 300. And the packing site, we have packed for around 300 people. They are working 300 shifts. We have not yet seen it. It is totally empty. We have finished the selecting. These are some of the packages delivered to the Putuo district. If we check it 2 hours later, it is going to be fully filled. These are some of the vegetables which has been dispackaged. These delivery men, they are being all sweaty. Inside, they have this kind of a responsibility, but they need to guarantee a decent operation. and they need to finish this job as quickly as possible so the vegetables and the food can be delivered at the hands of every citizens in our city and at the front door of every home.
会想家吗？
这肯定有一点，但是更多的精力可能还是因为工作上牵绊多一点。每个精力，因为我们推行期间嘛，然后我们做了很多调整。
We have adjusted a lot of the QR codes and health code.
您还问我说外面的世界是怎么样的，都不知道外面的世界是什么样子了，甚至不知道白
They are working at night and at day, and they don't even know what is happening outside.
别的渠道来了解外面。几乎我从这半个月几乎没怎么出过园区了。
I have not
保证这500号人
outside this industrial park for around
所有的员工是不准出仓库的。
10 days.
每天我们自有员工是会做一次，整个园区做一次。
So every day we have conducted 1 time of the nuclear acid testing and 2 times of the antigen reagent testing.
我们保证员工每日最少不低3餐。我们同时也
We have
加油包。
buy some of the food packages.
刚才我们看到，在这个流水线上有很多的女生，到这里的话，基本上这都是男生为主。
对，因为这个相对是。
There's a lot of ladies working at the site, but also a lot of females, a lot of men working at the site. I think the way they pick up vegetables.
哪怕这么点距离，他都是会。 操作我们那个25枪的时候，它会看确认数量，然后确认光码，操作完以后，它其实每份方法。
For each one of the selecting for the vegetables, they have 3 steps. First, identifying them, labeling, and then put it in the designated site. They are moving so fast that I cannot even identify which movement that they have been adopting.
数量的，零头它刚才一样会单独去数，如果没有零头的话，它就一筐一筐。往上10筐以后再拿，5分出来。
还有其他的地方，
对，它这个零头它就要数掉，还要去数。
它其实不光是拿，它一边拿一边在数。
对，它其实拿就是为了数。
They are not only grabbing the vegetables, they are also counting the numbers of these vegetable packages.
我一筐筐位多少，它就在计算了，然后我再要搬几筐，然后我系统还要去扫码，还要确认。这个看似简单的工作。
What seems to be a simple movement requires a lot of effort. They need at least 15 days to get this speed.
我觉得这个小哥真的是，
可以看一下我们电脑。
小哥这次来这剪菜的动作，我不知道他一天要剪多少，我就感觉他一直不停地在剪，在送。
平均他一个人要分到差不多15000份，15000件，一个人1000。
15000件，那他是不是要？
I think every day this man is going to work 1,500 times.
他们再快一点，大家送到手上也更快一点。
是的，我们在现场能感受到这种氛围感，还有这种。
We can feel the sense of the atmospheres, the sense of the tensions.
带着你这种热情，我要赶紧。看这个数量，我一个站需要多少？
那其实可以看到这上面嘉定这边就是负责嘉定的显示仓的，嘉定东。
So here it is, the eastern side of Jiangsu.
有不同的区。
These are the different districts.
为了方便物流配送，我们会根据区域去。
To smooth the progress of the delivery, we have put it into the different grades and sent it in this afternoon. For these vegetables, it is going to the vegetables supplying the every citizen in the Puxi part of Shanghai.
其实，在这个冷库里。
It's quite cold in this refrigerating warehouse, but everybody is fully sweat.
或者说就是运车出去的这个车是在哪里？是在那边吗？还是在哪里？你看这个小哥，真的是又是脑力活又是体力活，很棒。这里就是车，这边就是要运走的一个车。
I think all these vehicles are being parked here.
要把这些菜都放到那边的车里吗？
These are some of the these are some of these
一个这个大仓，
areas waits for the deliveries. Every day we heard for around 100 or 200 even vehicles arriving here to deliver. These are some of the
这些筐
vegetables needs to be selected, waiting to be selected.
我们要让一让。
We have seen for around 15 vehicles parking on site.
看到这些车已经在这个门口在。
Some of the vehicles is waiting at the gate.
刚才我们过来的那个是运
We see some of the vehicles transporting inside, and these are some of the vehicles transporting on site. We have some of the finished product did not need to be selected.
直接运走。
Without even selecting, we have transporting them.
这里我觉得真的是可以看到，可能很多人都没有在上班。
A lot of people is not working anymore, but you are working quite busily here. These are some of the residential areas, right? These are some of the dormitories. Yes. So these workers is actually working at 24/7 to guarantee the safeties. This is a vehicle which is about to start its transportation. From number 1 to number 45. Each one of these warehouses means 45 gateways, and each one of them is seeing a lot of the buses parked here. So it's quite busy here because everybody is hurried and everybody is waiting in their home anxiously waiting for the delivery of these vegetables. We have never seen such a busy site before. But just because we are working at such a busy sites, we actually guarantee the livelihood of Shanghai. The Shanghai people can have the vegetables on their dining table. So the supply is larger than the demand. So one pandemic has suspended the whole city. Some of the people are being locked down at home, but other people is seeing an accelerating working space. All of them are working to maintain the safety of this city. So I'm here at the gateway of the Songjiang's supplying supermarket. Thank you.
央视新闻的网友，大家好，我是总台央视记者王立讲。我现在是在上海市临港区的一个正在建设中的方舱医院。那么这里呢，可以看到呢，这里的有一些床位呢，都已经放满了这个生活必需的一些物资，包括床被、4件套、这个水壶、电灯等等等等。那么这里呢，这里的这个一个正在建设中的床位呢，基本都已经做好了。那么下一步可能就是一些还有一些水电相关的东西，可能正在建设中。那么这里总共是将设计提供床位13000多张。那么整体我所在的这个区域呢，是由复旦大学附属华山医院那么进行这边床位的一个负责情况。那么有关具体情况呢，我们来有请今天的一个直播嘉宾。
So we are here at the makeshift hospitals in Shanghai. We are going to give the floor to Director Ma, who is from the Fudan University Affiliates Hospital, to introduce us. So the latest update from this makeshift hospital. This isolation place, or the makeshift hospital, is home to 16,000 beds. There are 48 blocks, and for each one of the blocks, it can host for around 200 to 500 beds. To that end, it is like the sterilization areas, and so here it is a clay area. There are some of the restrooms, and there are other different, and that is the sterilization process, so the wind is flowing from this side to that side. For this area, it is a place where the Huashan Hospital is responsible for. So, the Huashan Hospital is taking the lead to provide the basic guarantees. I can see that you have prepared some of the blanket for each one of the patients. Arriving here, we have facilitated them with some of the basic day-to-day necessities, including the washing powders, and for the 7 days, because it is in first floor, there might be some mosquitoes. That's why we have facilitated them some mosquitoes. This is the toilet papers. So it is close to sea. The wind is very heavy. We have even give one patient 2 blankets. Some people think 1 blanket is suffice. For each one of the patient, there is 1 water box. There are some of the hot water distribution. We provide the bottled water and some of the snacks. Apart from the 3 dinners, some of the people really need these snacks. Director Ma, I can see that for near each size, we have facilitated some of the disposable bins for the medical consumables. And we are actually telling the patient that please keep a very good personal hygiene. We have the volunteers, doctors, and nurses. Different people have different lifestyles. We are here to live together, and we should keep a very good personal hygiene. Living together means some of the netizens worries that there might be cross-infections. Or are there any warnings for the possible or plausible personal infection? Actually, all of these friends who is coming here for isolations, they are positive. They are the carriers of the virus. It is not one people affecting another. The reason we hope that they could keep the medical mask on is because we want to lower down the concentrations of the virus in the air. And this is going to damage the surrounding and neighboring area. The general environment is quite a sterilizing environment. It is some other place near the seaside. There are other ventilation sites. Moving the wind or the air is moving from one end to another. Where the toilet is located, it is a very reasonable direction of the wind. We don't worry about the ventilations. Director Huang, you have mentioned there are some robots. These are being donated by some of the companies. These robots can help us to deliver the food and packages, documents. It's a very huge cabin. Some people cannot hide. Through a simple delivery, you can get to this. It is like a volunteer in this activity. I think it's running back and forth like a toy, which is going to amuse everybody. Apart from this bed, there are other different areas where the medics can work. Can you give us an introduction in this functioning area? So here we have the nurse station, the rescuing station. The medical waste generated by the patient, before we move it, we are going to temporarily station it there. I think selecting one by one is far from enough. A general sterilization is going to help. We need a concentrated area for the. So I think this warehouse means that it is where we are going to store some of the PPEs, medical masks and gloves. And there is what we call the ER room. What do you do with this ER room? For each one of the makeshift hospital, some of them are asymptomatic, but some of the people are very if there are some of the elderly patient or patient with underlying comorbidities, we are going to transfer them here. It's like the operation room in the hospital, facilitated with the medicines and aiding equipments. So when you were designing this ER room, did you expect that what kind of medical treatment can you provide it? The basic ER room is just like the ER rooms in a hospital's ER center. If the patient needs further transfer, we are going to transfer the patient into the centralized hospital. It's going to guarantee the stabilizations of the basic conditions of the patient. Mr. Ma, we noticed that you are one of the workers fighting at the front line in Wuhan. For you, are you more experienced in managing the makeshift hospital, or do you have some of the special arrangement? Once it is being put into usage, are there anything that we can take care of? So our hospital has dispatched 200 personnel. All of us has the relevant experience. At the very beginning of the fight in COVID-19, we are totally blank and has not understanding what to do. But I think all of us has built it. From the construction site to the really medical workers fighting at the front line, we are more experienced and we are not panic about what should we do. For this time, and our medical teams, for the medical teams with the Jiangsu experience and also Zhejiang experience, Zhejiang province's team, all of us has been the front line in Wuhan. I think here we have some of the information. This is what we call the information center inside the makeshift hospital. And in these stations, we are actually input some of the data. So here it is the nucleic acid testing station for the patient. This patient is going to go through rounds of the NET testing. if we are going to check whether this patient is turning positive, this is going to be a process. If after several days the patient is turning into negative, we are going to wait the patient to see that whether the patient is going to be discharged from the hospital or not. This is where we label the patient. So the doctors and the patients is wearing the PPEs. It's not easy for them to work here. Are there going to be any channels? This is the camera. Apart from inputting the informations, the medics is going to take their working telephone, helping them to take the photos and transfer the information. So I can input the photos, input the words, and we also have a walkie to tell each other the latest information. So I think that we have attached some of the labels here. Walking a few steps in front, it is going to be the bathroom, the bathing room. This is actually guaranteeing the wind direction. The bathroom is moving toward this direction, and also the bathing room is moving toward this direction. This is what we call the treatment room. It is an extension of the treatment or of the ER operation room. The treatment room is of a higher level. It can deal with more complicated operations. There are 700 beds. So this is going to cover the 200 medics. Yes. For the 200 medics, especially at the very beginning of the COVID-19, they are going to come here within a crowd. At the very beginning, it's going to be quite complicated. For the first 3 days, the medics is going to work really hard. They are going to come here, identify the patient, treat the patient. For the coming few days, they are not going to need further medics. The patient who is taken in is going to suffer from several different waves of anxiety and panics. They are not going to be used with this bus. But if the medical workers is working alongside with them, it is going to create a quite different atmosphere. The patient comes here needs the professional explanations. But it is what we call an isolated area. It needs all of us to work together to fight against this difficult time. Mr. Ma, you have mentioned that if we move toward this direction, we are going to see the washing areas. According to the latest information that you have, how about the construction sites? We are working really fast to make sure that every day I see this place changes quite rapidly. It is progressing quite rapidly. This is actually the washing area. So here we have built this pool and facilitated and installed some of the watering tanks. To the right side, it is going to be a toilet. It is where the people is going to take the bath, take the bathing. So currently, the Shanghai citizens requires that they can take a shower every day. Let me check the designs for the pipes here. Is it so we equipped these areas with the hot water and cold water because some of the patient is not used to the cold water.
也考虑进去了。
那么这个就是左边就是其实
To the left side, it is what you mentioned, a toilet.
那么上面的这个它这个是什么
Is this a pipe for ventilation? Yes.
这是个排风，把这里面的空气。
We have dried the air to this part, and then it is. So you don't need to worry about that. We are using a special direction for the special geographical terrains of Lingang, where it is close to the sea, and it is very good for the disperse of the airs. It is also in line with the nosocomial infectious requirement. These are some the requirements designed by the experts in the nosocomial infections. It is automatic equipment, and the medics do not need to worry about the directions of the sea wind. Our doctors and nurses should treat this patient full-heartedly. Mr. Ma, we have mentioned that underground there are some of the anti-slippery cushions. Are you worried that there is going to be a crowding of the patients who are here? This is very convenient, but for this makeshift hospital, it's very safe and healthy, easy for the asymptomatic patient. For the elderly patient or the kids, it is not appropriate for them to station here. We are going to take in the mild patient together with the asymptomatic patient, the young people, including some of the kids. If the kids needs the accompanying of the parents, we actually see some of the netizens worried that if they are being isolated because of the COVID-19 infection, right? Yes. If the parents get the COVID-19, we are going to take their kid here. Definitely here we are going to separate male and female. But as long as they are one family, as long as they are with their kid, we are going to take care of the kid. The family members is going to stay together and encourage each other. Do you have initial design for this special area? Are there going to be any family isolation area? We are going to identify the patients, understanding their demand. It is what we do in Wuhan. Some of the parents told me that their kid is in another makeshift hospital. Then we are going to tell the information center about the husband-wife information, about the parents-kid information, which can be arranged in an early stage. It's very easy for them. Sometimes the patient just turn, if in one family, the patient's family member just turn into positive one after another, it's very difficult for us to identify them one by one. This is what you call the ventilation equipment, right? Through the pipelines, we are going to I think once the virus went into the open air, it is going to distinct by itself. These are the different blocks we designed for the medics. There are some of the gateways here. If we open up the gateway and or close the gateway, it's easy for us to manage. We are not hoping the patient is going to running into different directions. So for each one of the patients, we are going to facilitate them with the delivery bags. Some of the we are going to give each one of the patients some of the bracelet, where we are going to write the information on the bracelet. Other are some of the informations that we noticed. From the symptoms point of view, and the makeshift hospital is where people are gathered and take a break. At the same time, we can give them some of the traditional Chinese medicine. We bought a lot of TCMs. And one of the academicians in our hospital, Professor Shen Ziyin, he discovered some of the medicines. This is also in line with the 9th version of the treatment TCMs. For these patients, are we going to test them one by another? We are also going to figure out whether this patient is suited for the testing or not. And according to the age, the dose of each one of the patients, since it is medicine, it needs the prescriptions of the doctors. Dr. Wang, I can see some of the relevant information about the materials listed here. Are we going to put some of the medicines here? Yes. It's nothing like the traditional pharmacies and the hospital. It's going to be some of the medicines about the day-to-day usage and also for the emergency usage. Not each one of the patient needs it. There are some of the personal demand from patient. Are we well prepared? Yes. According to different demand of the patient. For some of the patient, we are not going to dispatch it to, and we also have some of the compounds for these patients. At the very beginning of this live streamings, you also have the clothes hangers. Yes, all the towels. For each one of the patients, we have a huge package for them, facilitated with everything. Once we have equipped it, from the current status, generally speaking, once we've been equipped with the hardware, we are going to close it. You are seeing so many workers working on the site. We are going to close it very quickly. You mentioned about in Zhejiang province and Jiangsu province, they have dispatched the special medical teams, 200 workers from Jiangsu province and 3,100 medics from Zhejiang province. We are working under one framework. The management is coming from the Huashan hospital. These are different medical teams. For the different medical teams, they are responsible for the different blocks. We are working under one guideline, one terms of the information. We also have one medical information system, the requirement for discharging the patient from the hospital. Some of the netizens have left the message in this live streaming chat box. Huashan Hospital is the world-class hospital in Shanghai. Shanghai is going to win this battle against COVID-19. Mr. Wang, you mentioned a lot of people's participation. We need to have one standardized requirement.
效果会有非常好的。
So I think here it needs a synchronized management. This requirement is not only about the Huashan Hospital, it's also about the participations. For many years, I've been participating in a lot of COVID-19 prevention and controlling efforts, and I think these medics have the frontline experience. Many of the process is a consensus. Here, there are some of the red lights. The workers are adjusting the red lights. Before today's live streaming, you have been checking one item by another. As a medic who's responsible for these sites, are you going to have a final check before the open up of this makeshift hospital? Yes. The toilet, the bathing room, and also the other different ER rooms. We are going to check whether the water is running, and also whether the sewage is working fine. Once we have taken in so many hospitals, it's going to be difficult for us to clean up the sewage pipe. Generally speaking, we can see here that it is going to enter into the close-up phase. The medical teams is all prepared here. I think that we are going to answer the question from the netizens online one by one. We are going to see you in another live streaming site.
各位央视新闻的网友，我们带您在上海的城市地面的新媒体的移动的直播继续。现在呢，我们依然是在浦西，是在浦西的滨江。在我们眼前的右侧呢，是原来的一个航海的这么一个船舶的博物馆。可以看到这个博物馆的体量呢也是非常的大。在博物馆的南侧的这么一个大的露天广场呢，在冬天的时候呢，是被开辟成了一个露天的室外的这么一个溜冰场，也是正值春节期间呢，也是咱们国家的冬奥会，所以呢，在这个冬奥会期间呢，在上海的这个大街小巷、城市的各个角落呢，也形成了这么一个。
Dear viewers from CMJ, I'm here at the Changning district of Shanghai.
上冰雪的这么一个庄严的承诺。好，我们现在的车辆呢是
We are moving ahead,
可以看到呢，前方呢还是
and there are so many
环卫的工人
workers who have just finished their NAT testing and returning back to their working site.
好，我们一会儿前方
Let's turn to the right side.
那么这个地方呢，也是浦西的这么一个艺术文化的区域。前方的这么一个
So this is the area for the art and modern art, and also in the area before the pandemic, there are so many exhibitions held here,
那么在旁边呢也是
and we have updated some of the city functions.
可以看到现在
Here, right at this moment, in the Binjiang city, it is very beautiful. This is the afternoon, and there are so many citizens who is stopped here and watching this beautiful sunset. And a lot of citizens is going to choose to take a walk in the Huangpu district, alongside the Huangpu district. Last year, there are they are going to take some of the walks in the Zhejiang River, enjoy the beautiful sceneries of the city, and also the good result of the city construction and renovation.
好，我们前方呢就是
We are heading toward this Binjiang area, close river areas in the Puxi district. There are so many citizens taking the tours here.
浦江的这样一个船只。
And we are seeing that the ships on the Huangpu River is still under the normal operation.
刚才提到的
I've been mentioned about the Modern Art Museum.
现在呢是因为
Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, this museum has been closed temporarily. In the city of Shanghai, there are around 200 museums. And in the day-to-day operations, they give a lot of, they nurtures the art
浦西的滨江呢，
atmosphere of these cities.
樱花树
The cherry trees are blossom alongside this thoroughfare.
到那些樱花树了。
Behind us,
我们现在继续前行，我们现在在一路向北，
heading
向北开。
northward,
远处呢，
there is a
这
bridge
是
lying in front of us.
上海的
That
首
is
座的
the first
跨江
cross river bridge in Shanghai.
南浦大桥呢，
The
是
Nanpu River, which was firstly built in 1988.
12月1日呢是
And December the 1st, it starts its operation, and this year marks its 31st year anniversary in Shanghai. And we are still here at the Xuhui district
还是在
in the Puxi.
滨江哈。我们现在
Let's head northward. This kind of the cross river belt is very beneficial to the sceneries in Shanghai, and the city of Shanghai is building these life cycles.
2年上海
Especially in the recent 2 years, Shanghai is focusing its renovation project alongside the Zhejiang River.
呢在这个
Alongside the river, there are so-called playground, and also there are some of the public entertainment
供大家来
equipments and also public entertainment sites.
对，好，我们前方来往右拐。这个地方呢，也是上海市中心很大的一个车辆的这么一个。
This is a transitional site in the Shanghai center.
非常大的一个公交的枢纽，在
Under the Nanpu River, it is one of the major
从这儿
destinations.
呢，市民是可以坐大巴去往周边的毗邻的省份，会有很多的
There are so many buses in the non-pandemic areas. They are going to head toward the Yangtze River Delta.
好，我们现在继续一路
Heading southward, we are seeing the Huangpu Bridge is lying in front of us. There are so many workers. There's a lot of sanitation men who is lining up for their job. One of the most visited spots and the Huangpu Bridge is the blossoming cherry trees. A lot of citizens is going to choose to take a walk in this Huangpu River and the Huangpu Bridge together with the blossoming cherry trees. So here I'd like to show you the beautiful and quietness city of Shanghai. Let's go back to the Zhongshan South Road. To our right side, it used to be a temporary garbage collection site. But recently, this area has been renovated and demolished. Let's turn left to find a gateway. To our left hand, it is Shanghai Center's financial city. For one part, Shanghai is building itself as for one financial center. It is located in the Lujiazhui district of the Pudong district. So here, there's another financial city in Shanghai. We are still heading northward. And in the morning, we have arrived some of the landmarks in Shanghai. So we are arriving at the famous site, the northbound of Shanghai. There are some of the financial institutions alongside the river. To our left hand, it is a site which is about to open. One of the sites you must have a visit. There are so many financial workers in this area, and there are some of the insurance institutions, asset management institutions. Right at this moment, the Zhongshan #1 road is connecting the area which used to be the most distinct area in Shanghai. The security companies and also the financial firms is located and headquartered in these areas. Although the city has been paused for a while the financial workers has not been stopped. The vehicle is turning its head. Starting from March the 28th, after another round of the nucleic acid testing, the city has been divided into two halves. The Pudong area, starting from the March the 28th to April the 4th, there are 9 million people finished for the nucleic acid test. And the key areas in Shanghai, the citizens works quite in line with the NAT testings. The whole city has finished for around 18 times of the NAT testings. So here we are at a bridge, which is connecting the Pudong and Puxi district. Crossing this traffic light, we are going to cross the Huangpu River, arriving in Pudong. These are some of the destinations where the Pudong residents and Pudong Puxi district rarely seen before the pandemic. There are some of the checkpoints set up by the police station. We are going to show them our card.
可以看到这样的大牌，包括我们的道路的公安的同
The
志
medics
非常的敬业，他
and
们
also
是
the policeman
24个小
is
时
going to be
都在这
stationed
执行
here 24/7,
就会来使用我们的健康码和我们的这个
as well as the NAT testing result.
有核酸有核酸，您是要检查我们核酸对吧？
Do you need to check our NAT testing result? Yes.
其实在整个的
During the COVID-19 prevention and control,
是
especially after these risk control areas, no matter in Pudong and Puxi, between the different areas, there are workers and also policemen hanging in this area, checking each one of the pedestrians and each one of the vehicles.
我们也会把我们
We are going to report to the police about the informations, and the police is going to check us. This is our green code.
这是我们的
This
这是
is
我们的
the
核酸
NAT testing result for us.
好的好，那经过
After
我们的
several rounds of the checking,
我们车辆是
we are heading towards the Pudong district.
您放心放心，整个的
During these areas, apart from the supplying the necessary materials and also 102,
医疗队以外呢，
all the different gateways is being guided by the policemen,
不让一个
making sure that
人能够
no single one of them is going to be
出
left.
行，这样的话呢，也可
This is going to guarantee that all the residents is going to stay at home and they are going to check at every infectious people is going to be checked.
是已经
We are heading to the
大桥的上匝道了。
upward overpass of the Huangpu Bridge.
那么这个桥呢，也是
Starting from 1988,
经过了3年的
after 3 years of the constructions,
年的
in the year 1990,
的建成，
the overpass has been opened for the first time.
是已经有31岁了。整个大桥的
The
建成也
bridge
是
has witnessed the rapid development of Pudong and
现在
Puxi.
上海呢，已经是有
There are
14
40
座的跨江的
bridges
大桥，有
in Shanghai.
还有一些
There
这样
are
的跨
others,
江的隧道，
some,
数字一下记
sorry,
不
I
起来了。
cannot come up
所以
with
说
the
整个
numbers.
其实这样的一些大
With
桥
these
呢，也
bridges,
见证着
we are
上海这样
witnessing
一个
the
城市的
rapid
发展。
development of the
可以看到
city.
今天的南浦大桥呢，是真的是非常的空，几乎没有车辆。
There is
如
not
果能看到
any
的车辆呢，基本
vehicles
上就是我们的保供的车辆、物资的车辆等等。
riding on the road.
现在我们还在浦西，
We are still
现
working
在前
in
方呢就看
Puxi,
到的这个建筑群啊，就是
and the
东家
building
都的金融
we
城
are
未来
seeing
呢，
right
这
in
个也将
front of us
打造
is the
新的
financial city in Dongjiadu.
好，这个沿着这个
Alongside this bridge, we are still circling and snaking through this major bridge of Huangpu district.
今天的天气呢，
Today we are blessed with good weather. Just as my colleagues has mentioned, in the morning we are still wearing the down jacket, but at noon we are going to wear the t-shirt. So here we actually want to
提醒这个天气的这个温差还是比较大，
tell our medics
百姓
that
这个
there is a huge temperature gap between morning and
保
night.
自己的身体，
So please protect yourself
给自己的身体
and do not
感冒还是
catch cold
保自己的身体。
in this special
现
period.
在呢，我们是已经来到了
So we are in the Huangpu Bridge.
南浦大桥的全长呢
The total length
不长，大概我们在车上整个的行驶呢会不超过1分钟就能够
is not very long. It is only going to take 1 minute for us to pass this
上面呢
bridge.
就是杨浦大桥，
In the upstream, it is the Huangpu River, and below it, there are the Fuxing channels, along with other different channels.
是这些跨江的大桥和跨江
Just
隧道
because of these channels
的百姓的日常的
and bridges, it is connecting the citizens on both sides of the river. So the transportation of Shanghai is connecting.
大桥轮渡
It's very connective. It is connecting the lives between Puxi and Pudong.
暂时的按下了
This district has been suspended temporarily. Let's take a look at Pudong at this moment.
在我们右
To
侧
our
可以看
right
到这边
side,
是居民
there is a gather up of the residential areas.
街道了。其实这个街道呢，
The station or the street
区为主，而且
is being occupied by the citizens.
还是非常的
It is densely populated area, a very old community.
然后这样的一个
For the Huangpu River,
连接到了
It is connecting to the internal circles of Nanpu area. In the last summer, this area has been circulated. Currently, the city is being developed quite actively. We are going to create a 15 minutes life circle. That is to say, within a 15 minutes drive, you are going to enter into the internal circles of Shanghai, internal ring of Shanghai. And within a 30 minutes drive, you are going to be connected with the medium circle of Shanghai. Let's check into the BRTs in the Longyang route. Within 7 to 8 minutes, we are going to be connected with the Pudong International Airport. The transportation is very smooth, and Shanghai is building several different tracks. In the year 2014, so we are going to see the beautiful skylines in the Lujiazui area. This year, in April, so let's check the Pudong area at this moment. There are so many residential areas alongside this road. To the east side, it is the Renji Hospital. Renji Hospital has dispatched a lot of medical teams to support the anti-pandemic effort. The whole Pudong area is working to the battle against COVID-19. For the road in Pudong, the road is more connected or scarcely distributed compared with Pudong. We are going to turn left. Turn right. There are some of the sewage vehicles, or what we call the police stations, the police checkpoints, the sanitary men, the delivery guys, also the medics, who is also still working at the street. To the end of this Tangqiao route, it is going to be a port, the ferry port, one of the major gateways connecting Pudong and Puxi. It is where the Lujiazui Financial Management Bureau is located. We are entered into the Tangqiao Street. There are 6 channels: Fuxinglu channels, Renminlu channels, Yan'andong channels, connecting Pudong with Puxi. For these channels connecting Pudong and Puxi, they are numerous. The city has been suspended for a while. Let's move ahead to see the beautiful skyline of Lujiazui district unrolling itself in front of our eyes. The opening up of the Lujiazui is an important witness of the several dozen years of the Pudong's history. The development of Lujiazui is a macro-minimum of the development of the Pudong district. It's becoming a name card of the nation. Currently, the whole country is working together to win the battle against COVID-19. We are here near the Binjiang district. The greeneries alongside the road is beautiful and touching these trucks. And in the morning, there are some of the materials, and for each one of the trucks, from their windshield, their functions can be read through the written words on this windshield. for the vertical transportations, and it is very easy for the police to check them at the checkpoint. On the road, there are some of the renovations for the traffic light. Although the city has been suspended, but the workers is still hanging in there. Why there are two red lines in front? Because not so long ago, the whole Shanghai city, there's not a road in the whole Shanghai city, especially in the morning. We are turning this route from the northwardness and to the westwardness. And in this afternoon, this is going to be a very special trekking. And after 30 years of the openings of the Rujiazui route, we are working really hard to serve this. Although the COVID-19 pandemic has suspended the city, but a lot of work, especially for the Shanghai's financial and economic centers, Pudong district is actually attracting the headquarters across the world, and also some of the security firms. Starting from March the 28th, after the first round of the NAT testing, there are 8 days through all kinds of channels, through the WeChat moments, the financial streets in Shanghai, especially the workers and also the clearing houses and the security firms, they are undertaking these responsibilities and they never suspended their work. By bringing their computer back home and by even setting up the beds in their office, they are sticking to the financial stabilities of China. This is being done for the smooth operation in Shanghai and even across the world. In the previous press release of Shanghai, during the COVID-19 pandemic, although the city has been under monitoring, but the airport, the ferry ports, railways, and international shipping industry in Shanghai has not been suspended. This is Shanghai's commitment to the world. Although the COVID-19 has suspended across the world, but the financial functions of Shanghai has never been going to be suspended. Multiple data has testified it once again. I'm here at the Rujiazui district of Shanghai. There are some of the landmark buildings. Let's take the People's Bank of China's Shanghai headquarters. After the COVID-19 pandemic, there are so many SMEs putting the requirement for the inclusive financing. The headquarters of the PBOC Shanghai Center has released 61 million RMB subsidy. There is around 5,000 different items earmarked to the SMEs, which enables and support 7,000 entities in the market. And the Pudong International Airport and the Shanghai Port, it has been testified once again that although impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, the city has went through quite normal. How will we guarantee a smooth operation of these trading institutions? Around 8 days ago, to guarantee a smooth operations of the airport, starting from the 28th evenings, there are multiple workers in Pudong grabbing their traveling pack in Pudong and from multiple institutions, including the trading houses in Shanghai. We have known that starting from the 28th, the Shanghai Futures Exchange is operating quite normally for the 6 different future items, and at that day they're operating. The total operating figure is becoming 6 trillions. This is what we are seeing. The Shanghai Center, which is to the height of 653, and to the right hand, it is the Global Financial Center. This is a witness of the rapid development in Shanghai. And in this area, around 7 to 8 years ago, to serve these white collars, there are some of the buses transporting the white collars after the COVID-19 pandemic to avoid further touchings, and they prepared some special breakfast. Through this breakfast engineering, some of the non-Shanghai citizens might not be clear that for each one of the workers, if they want to take the subway, by scanning, they are going to have a hot breakfast. By scanning the QR code on the subway, after they get onto the subway, they can get a hot breakfast. Dear viewers from CMG, I am here at the new International Exhibition Center. So I am here to work with the deputy directors of the regional hospital. So we are going to take another 765 patients. As Mr. Jin has introduced us, the latest updates of these areas. So we are going to be connected with Dr. Chen. I think he's on the phone call. He's been working starting from the beginning of the March. Mr. Chen, I think after this wave of COVID-19, you are becoming the general director of the Frontline Hospital. Can you give us an introduction toward this new International Exhibition Center? And also the general layout of this makeshift hospital. We all know that the automobile exhibition is being held here, starting from the 24th of March. The makeshift hospital has been turning it up here. We have equipped this exhibition center with a newly designed exhibition center. There are 3 centers designed. The residential area for the patient. So here we have mentioned this all the exhibition centers. To these sites, there are 5 sites, which is being renovated into the residential area for the doctors. This is a triangular areas. That is the pandemic-affected areas. Along that, we have 5 billion buildings, which is being used for the food and caterings, and also for the working sites of the medics. I think these sites, the exhibition center is actually in line with the makeshift hospital's designs and the residential areas for these patients. For each one of the cabins, there are 1,500 beds. For each one of the for each one of the areas, it is around 12,000 square meters. You are seeing there are some of the shallow houses, shallow entrance. That is the entrance for the medics. Our patient is going to come from outside to inside through this pathway. So the pathways for the medical professionals and also for the patient are separated. It needs a very important sterilization. So this is the gateway for the security guards and also for the third-party sanitation men and also for the policemen. After we have separated them, we guarantee the workflows for all of them to avoid any mishandlings or potential nosocomial infection. Starting from the people's traffic, the logistics traffic, we have designed the dynamic shift using the highest standards to design the whole procedures. It's a very important engineering. It takes a lot of engineering first, but there are some of the flows. But we are trying to perfect the operations. After we have conducted this makeshift hospital, the makeshift hospital was started on the 24th of March. On the 31st of March, the first patient was taken inside. In front of us, there are the E1 exhibition halls and the E2 exhibition hall, open up to the public. Currently, we have taken in for the 7,500 beds. This is the basic infrastructures, and for the phase 2, from W1 to W2, these 5 exhibition halls has been finished their constructions. Currently, it is going through engineering process, and so we are going to make sure that starting from today, we are going to take in the patient. The whole engineering process with 7,000 beds by taking in the patient so we are going to make sure that the patient is well treated and under close observation. This is some of the construction requirement for the patient. Let's move ahead. You've been introducing us the special working site. If our workers get out of these observation areas, and if they are surpassing a very strict medical channels after strict sterilizations, there are some of the bathing rooms for the medics. They are equipped with toilets. This is where the house is located. And if the medics can get out of these areas, we are going to take them back to the hospital, take them back to the hotels. So it is a closed loop management for these medics. Sometimes the time shift is not going to satisfy the precise demand for the medics. That's the reason why we have set up special resting areas. This is going to enable the medics to get sufficient rest. It is a vast and empty area. You've been mentioned about this area accommodating 7,500 patients. Generally speaking, it is under normal operation. One major point we need to pay through is that we need to care about the details. We need to think about how will we satisfy the basic life demand of this patient. Definitely, we are not going to satisfy every single one of their demand. So staying in a makeshift hospital is definitely going to be a lot more difficult than staying at home. We are going to conduct medical observations for these patients. The medical observations means that we should provide the ample medical support. Compared with a hospital, with a normal hospital like Zhejiang Hospital, the medical conditions is definitely not as good as the Zhejiang hospitals, including the personnel structures. But we should not forget our initial purpose. But I believe the conditions for medical monitoring and medical observation is much more better than staying at home. It's also going to cut down the transition loop in the society. You've been mentioned about these personal designed structures. This is the channels for the medics. We are not going to work through this pathway. Let's go to the cargo channel. In the cargo channel, this used to be a door which are going to be closed, and under normal conditions, this door is generally closed. It's not opened. The medics, if they want to get out, they are going to remove their clothes. To that side. It is where we have got into. This is what we call in and force channels. For those of the medics who is wearing the personal protection equipment who is going to get out of this loop, they are going to be contaminated. This is what we call in and this is what we call out. All the medics is working quite closely to arrange these special areas, and this special area is under the final check. And if everything is perfect, tonight we are going to start the monitoring and we are going to start to take in the patient. This is a hall hosting 1,500 patients. We have divided them into 3 blocks. This is the first block, second, and the third. We mark them in different colors. The yellow one is the B areas, section B. The red one is section A, and the green one is section C. Section A, B, and C. Section A, B, and C. And these 3 blocks, we have divided them into 1 block, 2 blocks, and also the section 4. It is a brand new plug-in site. 3 USB plug-ins. There is a lightning here. At the night, we are not going to close the light, turn off the light. And we have also prepared some of the daily necessities, including the medical masks, the menstrual pad, and the nurses is still preparing for the last stage preparation for the daily necessities. And there are some information notice, registration forms. We started to draw the layout in March the 24th within a short period of time. All these areas is going to be launched to be used. Apart from the COVID-19, we really want to pay our respect to the constructors. We are also going to equip this area with a very good monitoring system. We also need to protect the privacies of the patient. By doing so, we have also equipped it with a lot of monitoring system. It is a 360 monitoring system, and there are 3 different detection angles. And once anything happens, we are going to observe from inside out. I think one worker might see it. There is a special engineer who is observing from this side. Since we have invited them, our major task is to make sure that they are safe. And under this prerequisite, we are going to make them comfortable, which is going to inspire them to make sure that they have enough rest. So within a short period of time, we are going to care for these informations and these details. Once we have observed them, I think mutual understanding is definitely going to help. Because of the time conflict, there are many other different areas to be improved. From the services of the doctors and nurses, we should also improve that. This is going to enable the patient to be observed and also to be cared mentally, which is going to let the patient recover for the short period of time. I think for Shanghai, this is a great improvement. For such a huge level makeshift hospital, what was the biggest challenge during the construction? For such a engineering phase, it takes a short period. We need to maneuver all the powers that we could. I think that we have mastered this. I think a normal society cannot achieve such a quick speed. By coordinating, the government has coordinated this effort. We understand Dr. Xu. Even if he is the general director of this makeshift hospital, he's also a doctor. Every night, I can see that even in the midnight, you have been posting some of the WeChat moments. We understand that recently, the doctors has been working really hard, but we still gathered some of the workforces from the Zhongxin Hospital and also from the Shuguang hospitals. Although these patients did not take any medicines, or they did not take, so can you tell us what kind of treatment plans for these patients did they get? I do think that they get the medicines, but according to the nice versions of the treatment plans, we have followed these treatment guidelines. For example, they mentioned about the positive result for the NAT testings. They have been put into different phototypes. The modest type, the mild type, and the asymptomatic type. We have put them into the medical monitorings. These are some of the changes in the symptoms. In the symptoms, different people is demonstrating different symptoms. Some people feel exhausted. Some people feel shortness of breath or pantings when they are speaking. So this might happen in the latest period of the disease. All these patients is not really get infected with these symptoms. First, we provide the patient with the medical observations. Second, it is necessary for us to provide a certain amount of the traditional Chinese medicine. We actually cover a lot with TCMs, around 98%. Based on the different demographic distributions of these populations. There are some of the underlying disease and also chronic disease. We are also not going to be lagging behind. Definitely, we mentioned that this is the major areas for the makeshift hospital. The major target for constructing this makeshift hospital is that for these patients with a prerequisite for the medical monitoring, we are going to adapt some of the measures. For these of the patient who is under severe conditions, we are going to treat them. We have been focusing on the principles of the life-centered and people-centered treatment. And we are not going to be irresponsible for life itself. So the normal operation of the makeshift hospital is an important manifestation of this notion. We have been we understand that we are still following the 9th versions of the national treatment plans. But there are so many netizens still cares about that. It is very comfortable and warming sight. Apart from the infectious people, a lot of medics, after they have been entered into these areas, for each one of the teams, we have a special consultant psychological supporting teams. We have not only cares about the the patient, we also cares about our medical workers, whether they have demonstrated some of the mental or psychological disorders. I believe the pandemic is temporal and the beautiful spring is going to come. We have noticed that today we have conducted whole citizens' nucleic NAT testing. And yesterday, we want to thank all the medical forces who are supporting Shanghai today. So what are the efforts that we have made? I want to thank the medical forces, not only about the medical forces from other provinces who is arriving here in Shanghai today. We are a nation with unity. Our government is working together with all the different local governments, and I really want to thank all the other provincial medical teams for their support. Apart from these medical teams, I also want to thank all the Chinese compatriots. Shanghai is a metropolitan, belongs to China, and it is also world-class megacity. I want to thank the local government for their support, and I also want to thank for the provincial control effort. This is bringing a new line of hope to Shanghai and also to China. With this massive effort, we are going to contain this rapid spread of the COVID-19. Regularly, these medical forces arrives in Shanghai. The city government and also the local government is coordinating the effort, and we are going to arrange it and make all these medical forces to be located into the makeshift hospital. Thank you, Director Chen. So, Mr. Chen, can you tell me the biggest difference between this time's COVID-19 pandemic, this wave, and the first wave back in Wuhan? I think all of them is being affected by the COVID-19 virus, but these mutations and strains changed greatly. From the alpha mutations to the Omicron mutations, the features has been shifted. The virus is spreading quite rapidly, while the toxicities of the virus is dwindling. So this is a widespread wave of the Omicron strain. This is the difference for the two different waves of the pandemic, but also the mortality ratio is dropping. But for some of the elderly patient case, and also the patient with underlying disease, it's bad news because they are not being protected by the vaccines. Without the vaccines, they are easy to be affected. And also the malfunctions of the organs in the elderly patients group put them into an easier position to be infected. This is going to create a rising of the mortality ratios. You can see that in some of the countries, the elderly group have a higher mortality ratios. We are not going to learn from them. I've been talking about putting people's life at the center, at the core of our values. We need to prevent the prevention and control of COVID-19. No matter for the elderly people or for the kids, we need to protect them as the pillar of our society. For these waves of the COVID-19 pandemic in Shanghai, I think. So can you tell us why the ratios of the mild patient and the asymptomatic patient is such a high number across the country? I would say that the asymptomatic patient and also the mild patient is still in the latency period. If their internal immune system works well, they can achieve a balance with the virus, but they are under a huge threat. Shanghai has went through several rounds of NAT screens, and it turns out there are many results turns to be asymptomatic patients. We have calling for the 4 requirements. And we should also take in any patient that we should. Early detection, early diagnosis is going to be very helpful. And so the final question. Our target right now is very simple. So do you think the support for the Shanghai's medical team and also the medical teams across the country is going to be very helpful? With the participations of so many medical resources and also the support from the effort in Shanghai, if we can build a very good makeshift hospital, this is going to make this patient with a better conditions. The infected patient under a firm control we are going to cut down the transition channels across the society. Thank you very much, Dr. Chen. I know you are quite busy. We are going to close up the interview here. Dear viewers from CMG, thank you.
今天下午的2点钟就已经结束。那对于社区的工作人员来说，他们的工作还是配药、送药。那刚才呢，其实我看到是吧？您现在是在做什么样的一个工作？就是平常有高血压的这样的一个症状。对。然后呢，您今天是让
这个药断了，那么我自己又不能去配，因为所以说没办法的找居委来，找居委嘛，居委很热情，你看上门来了，那么我就把这个医保卡交给他。
So let's look at how will one household get the daily necessities. So I think the volunteers comes at our front door and we are going to demonstrate our medical security card. I think at the grassroots level they works really hard. Even if it is something arbitrary, this still needs to be addressed. And if this is not going to be addressed, the local people is going to have some of the opinions. I think you are really. It is our ability. It is the shared ability of our community. Thank you. I think the local workers has get some of the security card, and with the medical security card, so the volunteers is going to go to the farmers and assemble and get all the medicines. I think it's only a part of your work. Do you go to the pharmacies a lot? Yes, indeed. It is a very huge community. I am also living here. For helping the elderly people is also helping us. Some of the local residents is actually helping us. I think with the medicines problems, we are really curious about that. With the registration, we are going to come to the door and collect the medical security card. And once we get these medicines, we are going to return this medical card to the citizens. I think you are working really fast, right? Yes. I need to go to another different doors. You are from the Kangcheng community, right? There are 4 different communities. So how many buildings are you responsible for? There are 74 different houses, and there's around 3,807 households, around 10,000 to 12,000 residents living here. This neighborhood community of Kangcheng covers a total area of 260 areas for around 40,000 people. So how many steps do you work every day? According to the WeChat steps counts, every day I think it's no less than 15,000 steps. I have come here a lot. I think it's a very huge community. I have seen the Secretary General of this local community. Can you tell us the latest NAT testing result? Is it goes very smoothly? I think our residents is actually works very good. And this morning, our TED machine got some of the wrong codes. The NAT testing starting from 6 a.m. turns into 8 a.m. while all of our citizens is actually lining up. And we have done some of the preparation work. For example, if it is 20 people per tube, these 20 people is also being gathered up in the morning. Once our medics arrive at the site, starting from 8:50 to 12 a.m., there is around 8,000 people. I think the work is quite smoothly. It is around 40,000 people's residence. It takes several hours. It's not this easy. To be frankly, this community works really hard. Last night, we went through another round of NAT testing, starting at night, at around 6 a.m. to around 10:30. It is going to be finished. Yesterday, there is a whole round of NAT testing. Yesterday, you have dispatched the antigen reagent testing. We have also collected antigen reagent. For each one of the buildings, we have selected all these equipments. And also these communities, these neighborhood communities have dispatched it. It is very hard. So when did you get to sleep? Every night it is around 2 a.m. And last night we have went through another round of informs, and at 6 a.m. we need to run through another NAT test. I am lacking short of sleep every day. I hope that by working together, we are going to achieve a very good result for this fight against COVID-19 and this wave. The contradiction is very huge. How long it takes from here to the pharmacy? It takes 10 minutes work from the neighborhood community, but if we want to deliver it to every single household, and if the citizens have some of the neighborhood demand, every day, to be frankly, we have never stopped. For some of the citizens, they are staying at home every day from the north gate to the south gate. I think every day, back and forth, it is a continued And this afternoon, I see that all of you are quite tired. It's very difficult. With fewer community workers, there are so many residents needs to be served. I think the volunteers helps you to do a lot of work. During these difficult times, we are deeply moved by the effort the volunteers made. For the early stage antigen testings, we have tested and we have even transported and we have reallocated them to the north gate. And there are some of the party members who is actually being registered at the neighborhood community. These young people from the neighborhood community is really supportive. And there are some of the party members who help us to dispatch the antigen reagent. They finish their work for around 12 a.m. Because I was quite busy, I am still sending them information at midnight. For this new wave of the NAT testing, it requires us to be positioned at 5 a.m. They give me the feedback right at the moment. We are deeply moved. Although everybody is suffering from this wave of the pandemic, but this kind of spirit from these young people, this supporting from the Communist Party's members, it is moves us quite deeply. We've been dispatching the vegetables. A lot of people is riding the. So these are also two neighborhood community workers. Yes, we are from number 2. Neighborhood community from the country district, country areas. I am trying to. So you are meeting together? I am from the number 4 neighborhood community. So we are all here.
抗药的配药的话，只是在这个小窗口里面，是不是？
就是居民是不能出来配的。
这位其实我们之前采访过，就是
I have
那天
interviewed
当天
one
晚
of
上大概
you,
10点半
and
的时
at
候，是在
around
那里给大家
10:30, you are
送
still
菜
dispatching
当
the
时其实还有
vegetables.
点委屈是吧？还哭了。
I heard that you burst into tears that night because it's a very huge neighborhood and we have a lot of things to do. I am trying to do everything I could.
九几的小弟弟
95的。
，95的，加油！来
So
这个
how
只有
long
多
have
久
you
了？
been working in this community for around 3 years?
觉得这2天辛苦吗？
这2天辛苦是辛苦的，但是已经
I've been working for several days and I'm getting used to this schedule.
现在反正就是下班然后睡觉，睡完以后上班。
Every night I got off of the work and I take a nap and then I wake up
说
and back to
能
work.
让我睡几个小时，就是你。
I'm not sure when can I get back every night.
上班了，所以说能让我睡多少小时？
I'm trying to sleep as much as I could.
加油加油！你现在是
现在他们在等他们。
I'm waiting for them to get me the medicine, so I'm going to dispatch it.
可以给我们看一下。
Can you tell us and can you show us which part of what kind of medicine?
就是他们就是。
It's usually for some of the regular medicines for the chronic disease, the medicines for hypertension, for the diabetes, not too much other disease.
但是因为这边药店就是很多药都没有，所以
But this community is lacking some of the other disease.
我们可以看一下这药店里面。其实
So there are some of the workers working at the site,
比较忙的。
working at this pharmacy.
他们也是在紧张的帮大家进行药。
一直看他们就是电话也是跟我们聚会也是不停。
The telephone goes on and on.
你们一天要几次这样的送药？
How many times do you deliver the medicine every time?
居委也是有很多事情。
Apart from deliver the medicines, I have a lot of work in the neighborhood community.
哦，好的好的。哦好。好的，谢谢。
听不见刚才那个，里面的阿姨说一共多少钱？
I think it's 1,040. These medicines cost 1,040 RMB.
马上拿到药之后就要一家一家去配。
After I get it, I'm going to deliver to the front door.
去配送了，好，谢谢。
加油！
I'm going to see you later.
这是康二
This is
的。
from the
我们上次拍他们的那个
Number 2
广告
community
拍的是康二。这是另外一个居委会，那其实可以看到他们的一些药。有吗？ 像我们今天下午很多都是集中要去配药。
For this afternoon, it is the majority of our work is about to assemble the medicines and deliver it to the front door. We take a lot of motorbikes.
这样子。
你们相对来说，就是从那里走到这里还比较的近。
So because the phase 3 of this community is in the center,
2期的话，
it is quite a short work.
那像你刚才拿的这些，就是他们的。
You have given us a lot of service information.
对，这边有他需要什么药就在上边，联系电话什么的，因为有些药要联系，到底这个药万一没有的话。
I am going to contact with the patient to figure out whether they have this kind of medicine or not.
之前的话，我们一般如果居民打过来电话的话，
If the patient calls us,
这个
we are going to connect with the pharmacy. First, we need to connect with the pharmacies to check whether they have this medicine or not.
上门 上门收那个
If they have that, we are going to go to the front door and
如果不
collect
能刷卡的话，
the
那我们
security card.
到这边自己买好单以后，
And then we are going to deliver it at the front
进
door.
行垫付一个钱。
一家三口都出来了，这是党员，这紫红色的，
也是他们的
是我们
志愿者
3。期的党员，真的很好。昨天晚上那个
Last night,
我们的抗原
I think the 3 members of this family has helped us to dispatch the anti-agent reagent. So I am calling for his son and his daughter-in-law to help us. Their whole family is willing to be a part of this voluntary campaign. All of their family members is participating in this. I think there are so many people.
你们是服务不过
还
来的。
有前期啊，不是说风控。
It's not about. This is actually a supermarket. A lot of citizens, a lot of residents goes to this supermarket, and every morning
雷打不动的。
he gets here at 6:30 to maintain the order.
楼主
We really cares about. We actually, the local residents actually thanks him,
就是
and then they sent his photo to the WeChat
不
group.
用你居委去说的，他就
He comes here voluntarily to maintain the order
比如说放进去
and letting in 20 people.
再那个出来以后再放进去20个人，来维持那个超市的这么一个秩序。
他自己就过来做志
He
愿者。
becomes a
不用说
volunteer
的
by
因为我们
himself.
因为这个疫情
Because of the
防控我们建了好多
COVID-19
群
prevention and
比如说
control,
果蔬菜
we
群
built a lot of
那个
WeChat
药
groups,
那么
including
抗原
the
那个
medicine
抗原核酸或者
uh,
那个志愿者群，我们建了好多群，一些把一些
and
年轻的
in
党员
these
都拉进来
WeChat
了
groups,
那么有
we
些
have
会
drawn
有
a
突
lot
发
of
状况的，
young
比如说风
people
控楼道的
for
或
these
者
some
那
of
个
the
核酸采样需要的
emergency
这些
situations.
情况了，那么我们就不用他出来了，因为怕那个
Considering
考虑到小区
the
的整体
security
居民
and
的安全
safeties of the
那我们可
residents,
能也要轮
we
换志愿
also
者
make the
这样子。
volunteers
那
take
么好多志
shift.
愿者就是今天
Some of the
不能来了
volunteers
明
cannot
天
get
他
here
来
today. They are
这样子
going
的
to
状
get
况
here tomorrow.
大家这群里面有
A lot of volunteers.
所以
I think some of the party members, through these waves of the COVID-19, we are deeply moved by that.
这一块，因为
Because
确
we
实
need
也
to
要
think
考虑
about
自
the
身的
personal
安全
security.
这方面，他们也是不顾这方
They
面的一些
are,
因素了。
regardless of their own difficulties,
嘴上也
they
是
came here.
这一块。
像今天上
And
午
in this morning, we are also deeply moved. Everybody is lining in very helpfully.
大白洞，那大家对于大家，包括大白，包括你们，可能就是移动的要更多。然后要
I think you have considered this a lot.
因为我们前期都通知好
We
了，市
have
民已经
also
通过这个
informed
记录
the
的话
citizens
已
for
经也
several
有
rounds.
那个
The
准备了
residents,
楼道
after
里面
rounds
一些
of the
比如说我们
information,
师大的那
they
个
are quite
楼组
clear.
长那么他们如果一些卫生
If
方面
there are
或者是
some of
或
the
者统
elderly
计方面
people,
他们都有
they are
Excel
not
表格，都
good
是通过
in the
楼道里面
information.
那个
Through
宅
these
家的那些我们的那个
volunteers
志
who
愿者
stay at
都发
home,
挥他们
they
的作
play
用，
their
有的
roles.
来帮
They
助我们
have
的老
the
党员做表
communist
格，
parties
有的来
and they
数人
count
头，
the
有的来
head
统计
counts.
我们楼里面居民到底
And whether
全部来
all
做了没
these
有，做了多少
local
人，
residents
到底
come
还有
here
几
to
个人没
do
做，
the
是
NAT
什么原
testings,
因没
what
做，
are the
都
reasons
统计得
if
很
they
清
are
楚。
not doing it?
我们的有的楼长也
So
非常
some
非常
of
尽
the
责，
head of
就
the
是很
buildings
凶
is
的，他
actually
就守
works
在
really
门口，
hard.
就像一个守
They
门
have
守门员一样
stationed
看家
at the
的。
gateway of the
就是哪个
building
居民如果要
and
出去的，
trying
比如
to
说
figure
你
out.
这个楼里面有一个
And
医护，
together
有
with the
警察，那么
policemen,
这种情况
I
的
think
话，
for
应
these
该
times
是
of the
特定
situations,
情况允许医护是，
as
就是
long
只
as
要不是
it
风
is
控楼，
not
走门外出，
control the
他要
building,
问清楚原因
they
的，
are
你为什
not
么出
going
去？
to figure
如果你
out.
不能出去，他是不能出去的。那么还有比如说在做
So
在做
while
那个核酸
doing
筛
the
查的时
NAT
候，
testing,
也
there
有
are
特殊
special
原因，比
reasons.
如说我们一些
Some of
学
the
生要上
students
网
need
课的，
to go
那
to
么这种特殊
attend
情
the
况，
online
我们的
courses.
居民要跟
The
我们的楼
residents
长
is
报备
going
的，
to
就
be
说我
report
楼
to
长，我
the
们这个楼
head
里
of
我
this
的孩子
building.
要上网课，几点钟几点钟？那么我们中午
We are
这个
going
时
to
间段要
arrange
去做掉，那么
this
他才进行的，很尽责，很尽责。
head of this
记得也很
building,
清楚。
building head quite. I think they are responsible
就是
groups.
老中青这些
The
志愿者
different
都发掘
age
出来了，把
groups
工作
is
配合的
playing
都
their
很好
functions.
这一块。那么
And
通过
through
我们
these
这
times
次
of
疫
the
情，我感
COVID-19
觉
prevention and
居民
control,
的那个
I
凝聚
can
力啊，号
see
召力
that
也上去了。
the
平时我们楼
citizens
长，比如说从头起
sometimes
步不配合
they are calling that there are some of the
大
citizens
家都
who
加进这个
is
楼主的微
not.
信群了。那么有什么问题呢，都会在里面。
They are
大家
also
呢
joining
协
us
助
on
或
these
者那
WeChat
个有问
groups
题
and
有
answering
问
the
题大家
questions.
沟通这样子一个情况。
那么现在 我们还在等待这个配药。 我们现在看看配药的这个情况。
We are still waiting for this.
现在它里面还是就是每一家每一户的在进行核对。如果就是有的药没有的话，我们的这个药员他会亲自打电话。
We are waiting for the some pharmacies to dispense the medicine.
没有了，是否要可不可以改换？
They need some time to talk to the patient,
他们也跟
whether they can have the replacement of certain kind of medicines.
要打电话，比如说没有药了，会打电话给他们。
对的对的。
The process, because the medicine is very important, it needs a double check.
他们现在就是在打电话。
对的对的。然后每一个那个药就是每一个袋子上面，它都要标注好哪一栋楼几零几室的，然后方便我们来配送。
For each one of the medicine package, we are going to write the numbers for a certain address. I am riding my bicycle. I think it's quite convenient because I'm working at the number 4 neighborhood community. I am riding quite rapidly. I don't know how long it takes to work there.
走的话是需要点那个体力的。
我们现在就正在等待着医院药店的工作人员在配药。他们现在是药应该已经配的差不多了吗？
差不多了。
If you are seeing that this small package, the red side, the red label, they have marked the red side. It is about the building number.
这样方便你们就是配送的时候可能会看得更加清楚一些。对的，对的。因为可能之前我们在药店，比如标个名字啊什么的，那对于你们来说，现在就是一个地址、一个号码。
We used to mark the names of the pharmacies, but currently it is about the address.
下午都要吗？
有时候晚上也有的。
其实除了配药
Apart from delivering the medicine, you have other different matters to attend to.
其实我是区级下层的一个干部。
I am not working in this neighborhood community, but currently I am being controlled. I am being restricted in these areas, so I have to. So I volunteered to be a part of this neighborhood community. How do you feel in the recent few days?
怎么说呢？一言难尽嘛，反正就是苦中带乐吧，因为。
I think all of us are gathered here, and we do not feel that it is very exhausting.
然后觉得帮助居民，总感觉特别是有一些居民1楼发荨麻疹的，很急用，发荨麻疹特别，就是我给他把药配过去了。
I am actually helping the citizens.
相当于这种药是急药，给他送过去了，我觉得也算是奉献了自己的一份力量嘛。反正心里还是蛮觉得。
I feel that
心里为大家能够做出一点奉献，还是蛮觉得人生价值。
My personal value has been fulfilled through this service to this community.
我也是名党员。
I'm also a part of this party members, and during the COVID-19 pandemic, I did not have much. 2 years, it is like a regret to me, and 2 years later, I'm happy with Shanghai. No matter how tough this service work is, I am willing to serve the community. You mentioned about some of the emergency medicine, right? It needs
就是过敏的那些，还有就是牙痛的，牙特别痛。
There are some of the
一些这个救心丸
cardiovascular medicines, the medicines to treat the skin rash, and also the medicines to treat the tooth pains. These are very important. Thank you very much for your reporting, and you are also reporting from the front line, right? Yes. I think all of us is working really hard. I think they have been calling constantly with the patient. It might be because that the medicine that they demanded is out of supply. This is a pharmacy worker checking with the medicine demand for the neighborhoods through the telephone. What happened? There are some of the people from the neighborhood asking us, do we have the medicine? We don't have every single type of the medicine. So if we have, we are going to give them. If we don't, we are not going to, we are going to connect with the neighborhood committee to assemble the medicine for them. The workers in the pharmacy is also working really hard. They work 24/7 through these waves of the pandemic, and they are actually serving on door. They came here every night. So, Mr. Ma, you are still waiting for this medicine to be dispensed? Yes. For the elderly patient, there are some of the problems they cannot overcome. We help them to get their medicine card and get the medicines. Sometimes we need to go to the specialized hospital because if they go there without the 48 hours nucleic acid testing result, they are not going to go to the hospital. They are not allowed to go to the hospital.
这个楼栋几零几室啊，这个是楼栋，这个是 D 表示大浪弯道33号803室这样子，然后把这个明细单都放在袋子里面，他们就会知道。然后金额的话，他们支付的钱就直接跟居委会对接，然后由居委会这边再把费用打给我。
I think that we are going to so generally speaking, the residents is going to pay to the neighborhood committee, and the neighborhood committee is going to later transfer the money to me. And I need to write it quite clear on each one of these invoice.
这个是刚才那位叔叔买药吗？
哎，对，他给我发过微信，他要买这个药。
价格也写好了。
哎，对，他前期已经跟药房联系过了，这边有药，而且价格都说好的。他是刷医保卡的。
There is another demand. Who is going to scan through these medical security cards, and we are going to come to their home and pick up the medical security card and get the medicine. I think all of our workers is quite familiar with the process, right? Yes, he is in the phase 3 neighborhood. And they saw me with my scorching throat, and they gave me 2 boxes of the medicines. So I think all of you working in the neighborhood community is actually, you can speak very loud, and you are actually working very fast. That is because of the work requirement in this neighborhood community.
叫大家下楼做核酸那个大喇叭，然后一直不停地喊，保持距离。
So I can see, I still remember that you are. Today I'm not going to use a speaker. So what is the sentence that you speak most frequently today? I think it's about. So please come for an AT test. Each one of the package needs to be marked for a certain number and also the information for the patient.
Oh. 这边都跑得太多了，都熟悉。
那他们这些社区的居民接到你的药会怎么样？
他们说的最多的就是感谢。
I think all of the residents usually thanks me when I delivered these medicines at their front door.
这边好像怎么没有包装纸？我问一下。
你好，这个上了什么伞？展开了，这个是哪一家的？一家的，就大袋子里面的吗？跟那个酒精一起的？跟哪个一起的？
每一个药都要这样子一一的去核对。
Each one of the package needs a double check.
是不是第二个？是不是第二个？是大瀑布湾道45号是吧？瀑布湾道45号。
是又有了新的单。
对对对，这样子，麻烦你把他的手机
A
号码
new
发到我
order
手机
came.
上，
Please
好吧？
send
现在药
him.
房要联系他，
Please
到底
send
买
me
什么
his
药？
telephone number.
要核实
To
一下
my
好吧
telephone.
好，我等着啊。好，谢谢。
We need a double check of the different items of the
那
medicine.
又有了新的情况吗？
Are there anything goes
就
on?
写了就是
Because he
地址
only
和
writes
联
the
系方式
address and
所以
also
我
the
再核实
telephone
一
number.
下
I need
他
to
到
double
底要买
check
什么
which kind of
药。
medicine does he need.
我在等他
I'm
现
waiting
在
for
他
her
后
to
来
send
接
me the
到所有
telephone
药
number.
让他们之间互相
And
联系好
after
了以
make
后
sure
确
they are
定
all
好了
the
以后，我再帮他
exact
买，因为
items.
这是自费药
I'm
嘛。
going to.
他可能还不知道
Maybe
自
the
己想要
patient
买什么
is
药，
not
而且
sure about which type of the medicine he
留了
needs.
一下，他说是就买维
He
生
tells
素
about
C，
he
我不知
needs
道
vitamin
确
C.
定是买一
I
样
need to
嘛，所以
identify
再让
which
他们
part
问
of
一下。
which type of the item C.
那您就要一
So
直
you
在
are
这边
going
等
to
候
wait
等
here
他们的这个
until
补
that
充
they
什么
send
的
you the
然后
name
沟
and the
通
number,
买什么
right?
药。
我现在正等这个人发过我就是电话号码，给了以后我让药房
I am
联系
waiting here for this guy to send me the information.
我们看这边还在，这居委会的干部还在配药，现在配好了吗？
好了，可以了，我现在要去配送了。
你们离得远吗？
啊，
你们离得远吗？
离的，因为分散的嘛，有瀑布弯道的，有大浪弯道的，这个我就
Are
优
you
化一下
two?
路线。
Are these two different designated households quite close to each other?
看哪边最
No,
近
they are
的
not close. I
先送
need to
掉
plan the
然后
route
就一路排下去。
so I can deliver every single medicine on my way.
好的，各位网友，那其实我
Dear
们刚刚呢
viewers,
是
we
跟
have
着
live
居委会
streaming
的
the
一些工作
day-to-day
人员
work
去
of
进
the
行
workers
去挨家挨户
at
的
the
去
neighborhood
寻
community.
求他们的配药
It
的一个
is
需求。
a
那同时
live
呢，
streaming
在这
about
里
the
买药
medicine
随后呢
delivery.
他们还
Later
会
on,
挨
we are
家挨
going
户
to
的
see
去
them
给这些居民
dispatch
们
this
送药。
medicine
那其实
at the
在疫
front
情的
door.
这个当
In
下
this
呢，我们看到
COVID-19
每个
pandemic,
人都
each one
在
of us
努力
is
奔跑，
running
都
forward
在希望能
to
够和这
fight
个毒
against
菜
this
能够
virus, to
早日
win
的
this
打赢这
battle in
场
our early
病毒
days.
的这个攻坚战。好的，那我们现在呢，我们看到本来刚刚要结束，看到他，您是又要
So
把
you are
这
going
笔
to
送
send
回
it
来。
back, right?
笔拿了。你好，这个笔，谢谢啊。好了，我要去送药。
好的，再见。好，那这一场的直播呢，
We're going to
我们
wrap
就
up this
暂
live
时到这
streaming.
里了。
Thank you.
好，各位网友再见，上海加油，每个人都要加油。
加紧的改造一个1000多人的方舱医院，也就是临时隔离点的地区。那么此时此刻看到很多的工作人员正在加紧加点，他们正在做什么，准备做什么。
Dear viewers from CMG, we are here at the western suburb of Shanghai, and we are seeing so many workers from the site. So we are inviting Mr. Zhang to introduce us what are these workers doing here. We are about to transfer this factory into an isolation area. And after these modifications, it is going to be accommodated for 1,300 beds, accommodating patients. I can see that, so these are some of the areas for us to reallocate the beds. And the patient is going to be separated by these blocks. There are so many workers working here. How many of them working in this renovation site? Around 1,000. So in a short period of time, it's difficult to gather up 1,000 people because of the COVID-19. There is a relatively tight control of the flow of personnel. It's difficult for us to muscle up the materials. So the government is coming up with all kinds of methods for the green channels to enable us to process the construction sites. Let's work inside to check it. It is going to be the isolation spot, one of the isolation spots. By working into this door, we are working into this one of the isolation spots. So what kind of equipment is being equipped here? There are 2 beds. Just like within the hospital, relevant medical materials. These are other blocks. There are some of the forms, apart from serving as a separation blocks. This is used to lower the weight of the whole materials. So it is used to satisfying all the functions. From the material itself, it's easy to carry and easy to assemble. So there are so many materials needs to be equipped, and but for the security of the sites. So our prevention and control effort after we entered into the sites, apart from a 48-hour nuclear acid testing result, entering into these sites requires them a 50-minute antigen testing. Today, through the screening, we are here to work. Apart from the personnel, a lot of us actually cares about the living conditions here. Are we going to satisfy the basic living conditions? I think that for the patient, for the medics, the government and also the construction sites need a coordinated effort to guarantee the normal medical treatment as well as the normal livelihood of Shanghai's people. We need to make sure that these facilities is going to satisfy the demand. Some of the people say that it's really hot. When did you start the construction of these sites? When you first arrived, do you have medicines and waters? All of these equipments need to be connected. They used to supply the electricity and the waters, but that's far from enough. The government gave us a lot of support. The first step is connecting the electricity and water. This is also guaranteeing the prerequisite for the construction site. Do you have some of the weak electricities? Can you tell us what are the facilitated powers? Apart from building up the isolated point, we also have the warming or heating system. ventilation system, air conditioning system, and the future. There are some the toilet or bathing area or bathing areas. I think that it is some of the functions that we are going to design for the next days. When we first entered, it is a factory site. So how can we accommodate so many people? We need to think about multiple factors. In the process, the government designs, implement, and coordinate multiple workers' types. This is a very huge system. It is demonstrating our ability to organize. After we get this mission, we actually marshaled up a lot of powers, a lot of forces in the industry. And the group, we are the state-owned company. We are going to shoulder the responsibilities. There are other workers. It's very difficult for them to gather up in such a short period of time. So which kind of engineering do you expect it to gather up? I think we only have 4 days to finish it. For one factory, for one site, there are 6 different separation areas. Apart from this, there is going to be some of the permanently used areas for these medics who is going to live here. It's going to be some of the supplying logistics, including the securities, sanitary men, and also the medics. They are not going to live here. They are going to live in the hotels nearby. The number 4 is going to be used for the medics. It is being built separately from this factory. We have the confidence and ability to do a good job. So these are some of the isolation points for the patient. There might be some of the monitoring. I've been talking about the ventilations and heating systems. We also going to have the camera systems and also the firefighting systems. This is the initial part, and on the floor we are going to lay several different floor bricks to make sure it is going to be very clean and white. So this is a rare video footage that once you have been entered here, you are going to make sure you are going to know that a lot of isolation spot is actually starting from scratch. The material is one thing and also the personnel is another. If you want to rearrange these personnel, you need certain equipment and also the blanket and the beds. Because we are suffered from we are coordinated all the different workers. One work is finished, it is going to be followed by another. Actually, because it's only 4 days, within these 4 days, all these materials is going to be gathered up. Apart from any emergency situations, if they have any emergency conditions, it is going to be very helpful. And in the process, we are seeing that one of the workers is coming for the sterilization process. Every 2 hours, we have sterilized the whole site. Because when we are fastening up the construction site, COVID-19 prevention control is another thing that we should pay attention to. We should be self-protected. We prepared everything we need at the door.
对。您看的是这些，您看这只是现场把。
These are some of the materials or things that we are going to use at the site. So what is this? It is going to be the blanket.
对，这个放在这个床上以后的被褥啊，这个枕头枕套啊这些生活的。
And this is the original pieces of the bed. We are going to assemble it later. Please look at this direction.
对，这是梯子，这个是后面用于这个涂装的时候要用梯子。好的，然后再是这个就是床是吧？对对。
This is the bed, the blanket, the small-sized cutter, the driller used for the renovation project. Quite scattered. And finally, I want to let you to introduce us as an isolation spot. Apart from these isolation spots, apart from the areas where the medics is going to live, are there any equipment which is going to be facilitated here? Actually, in this spot, in the construction of this spot, from the medics, all the daily necessities need to be fully considered. And the designing is a very complicated story from the work to life. To the toilet, to the bathings, and they are going to be isolated in every single steps. We are also going to make sure that all the workers is going to be isolated, and the makeshift hospital is also going to follow the basic principles for the 3 areas and the 2 channels. Some of the workers just bring their laptop to work here.
这你看到的这是这一栋楼的供点，因为它要确保进入人员要随时进行登记，要确保我们的这个进入人员有登记，这个每天有记录，然后这个我们才能够保证这个过程中我们的一些防疫啊一些措施能做到位，是这个意思。好的，这2天肯定特别辛苦，一直是连轴转，我相信非常。
In the recent few days, we have been working on a 24-hour shift. Here we want to thank all the frontline workers. Thank you for fighting us. We hope that we are going to terminate this COVID-19 wave. So this is our live streaming from the Shanghai's factory in the western suburbs.
3天前，当时因为上海的疫情刚开始起步的时候呢，就已经做好了保供的准备，就所有的这个本来这个仓库本来是一个粮油的仓库，进行了一个快速的改建。那么通过1天改建重新使用以后呢，现在变成了一个蔬菜的保供大仓。那我们可以看见现场的这个有一些地方还是会留有一些蔬菜啊，就是等待着被配送的。那么在这儿，我们看见这个上面写的是白萝卜。你等一会儿，我这边有人在抬。这是一个白萝卜的区域啊，这儿写着它的规格。那这整个一袋就是白萝卜，是4月3号刚拿过来的30公斤，这一袋就是30公斤的量，非常多。那么前面还有一些其他的，比方说这个是青菜，这个是上海青，是上海青，还是非常的新鲜的啊。这一袋是大概多少？这一袋在25公斤。25公斤，这里的量都是非常大的，对吧？对对对，就是我们发觉好像是每一个种类按照每一个种类来进行排布的。对对对。那为什么要分成这个一个种类一个种类呢？因为一个呢，我们大仓是刚刚启用；另外一个呢，就是刚开始的时候，我们主要是把上海居民可能日常食用比较多的一些蔬菜，作为主要的供应的一个品种。这里我看还有一些，比如说黄瓜、茄子、洋葱，就是这个都是作为一个上面都有标识啊。这是作为就是调研过的，就是说我们平时这个上海老百姓是最多的吃的最多的蔬菜。还有就是上海市商委也有一个保供的基本。
Dear viewers, we are seeing the vegetable guaranteeing system in the Shanghai city. This is the white cabbage. So we are using the box to wrap up this vegetable. It is for each one of the box, it is 20 kilograms. There are some of the lettuce. So this is also one of the green leaf vegetables. Peering from one piece, we could see that this is a very fresh cabbage. This is the 13th day for the operation of such a large-scale cabinet. For in and forth, how many kilograms of vegetables did we transport it? I think it's around 1,500 kilograms. I think the major procurer is from the Pudongniu area. We are supplying the residents in the Pudongniu area. So how do you interpret in the term of guaranteeing a basic intake of the vegetable? I think under the mechanism of the market, once there is a partial influence, we are going to get the orders and address the supplying questions. So this is what we call 80.8 kilograms per pack. So I have seen some of the online short videos and also some of the people reporting or pictures taken for this wholesale market. But this is the first time I've been actually into this wholesale market, and I think all these vegetables are being tied and kept quite tightly here. For this 1,000 kilograms, if it is being dispatched to the supermarket or the community, it needs to be unassembled So I think it is a wholesale market, and we are going to dispatch it into targeted place.
那这些蔬菜的这个来源是从哪儿来的？蔬菜我们现在主要是从
Where did you get these vegetables? I think we get these vegetables from the central provinces, including Hunan, Changsha, and we sometimes procure some of the green leaf vegetables from the north part of China. Generally speaking, we ordered it 2 weeks ago, but currently we can guarantee that we can order it 1 week before the demand. For example, forget this broccoli. How long it takes from arriving here to being at the dinner tables? I think according to the different orders, we are going to make some of the arrangement. That is to say, we are going to dispatch it within 1 day to guarantee the freshness of the vegetable. Because vegetable is a very special category. It's nothing like the frozen food. It can be stored for several days, but vegetables is not going to last it for 1 day. This is the potatoes. Very huge size. I think these vegetables has been pre-treated. There is not too much mud attached on that potato. I think it's more like a commodity instead of one type of the vegetables or one type of the plants growing in the field. These are the potatoes waiting to be transported. So we are seeing some of the word attached here, donated by Jiangxi province. I think for these donated vegetables, it is also being stored here. I think we are quite curious that for these vegetables wholesale market, what is the difference with this wholesale market and also for this special warehouse? The wholesale market is the market facing all kinds of the traders. But for our company, we are a company guaranteeing the livelihood of the people. That is the reason why we should be used. So we are one of the national supplying companies. This is the tomatoes. So for the tomatoes, it's quite easy to crush them during the transportation. Tomatoes are standard commodities. You can see that all the tomatoes is of the same size, very clear color, very fresh off the market. Let's look at the other packages of the vegetables. We have been sent a lot of packages. Currently, there's not too much of them. I think the busiest time is back in the morning. Carrots. It's being cleaned up. There's another pack there for the different producing area. It is usually being packed in a different size. Some of the customers do like there are some of the moths attached on the carrots. This is a very fresh carrots. For these types of vegetables, before the live streaming, we have seen that there are some of the vehicles ready to transport these vegetables. It is nothing like the traditional containers vehicle. I think these kind of trucks is transporting these vegetables. I think after they arrive here, according to the different demands of the local residents, we are going to arrange the trucks, arrange the different types of the vegetables. After arriving on the street, these huge packages of the vegetables is going to be unpacked, and in the neighborhood committee, volunteers is going to unpack these vegetables and reassemble them. In some of the communities, they have buy the vegetables in a bank. We have entered deep into this warehouse, so the signal is back. These are the white gold from Hainan province. This is the pumpkin. The summer squash. The summer squash has been picked up on the plantation ground and been transported here to this warehouse. It only takes one night. These are the summer squash picked up in the morning, and tomorrow morning it is going to be on the dining tables. So dear friends, have you heard about that? So why does Mr. Tian said the morning time is the busiest time? It is because the farmers is actually working in the morning. The farmers pick up the vegetables in their plantations, filled it in a vehicle and transport it here. And every morning we have transported it to the designated area. Actually, for these types of logistics, if it went smoothly, it starts every morning in the field, and at every night it is already on the dining table. For areas nearby Shanghai, it works. For another area, it usually takes several thousands of hours. I think there is a lot of vegetables being packed here. Sometimes we eat the vegetables just because they are fresh. The modern logistics system is quite amazing for us to taste the fresh, just fresh off the shelf. This is a temporary working office. So one is called the arranging office, and another is called tasking office. So the arranging office means that once the vegetables entered into this warehouse, we are going to arrange it to a certain spot. For every 2 days, we rearrange the spot. While for the tasking, it means that we need to test the residues on the surface of these vegetables. But currently, we believe that all these vegetables is being tested for their pesticide residues. Let's look at this arranging and coordinating office. The major work here. Let's check inside. Although we have been finishing work on site, we need to guarantee a smooth operation. I think all of our colleagues is working quite busy. Last time, because the green pepper is too spicy for the Shanghai cuisine, so we rearrange the green pepper. We are here just in the middle of time where where the office workers are talking about rearranging the vegetables. There are some of the vegetables which is only localized to Shanghai, because we need to rearrange the proportion of the vegetables to the local residents. This is what we have found on April the 4th. These are the orders. These are some of the lettuce, cabbage, potatoes, cucumbers, and some of the fruits. What does this unit refers to? It refers to kilogram. Under the normal conditions, all the orders are being managed here. Today, the testing result came out. We have also built a temporary monitoring lab here. I have another question for you. You mentioned that this is a company responsible for supplying. So what is the difference between your company with other different suppliers? For example, how do you cooperate with the district government in the Pudong area? We are the state-owned companies working under the Pudong area. To put it simply, we are the companies responsible for supplying people's livelihood after this wave of COVID-19 breaks out. Under the general leaderships of the district government, we have played our strengths. We have done some of the early stage coordination. That is to say, it is nothing like the tradings between the different governments. We need to guarantee the market mechanism works well. With the temporary controlling sites, we are going to see that this is going to play its rules. So, under the market mechanism, we are going to supply it. This is some of the emergency plans. But with these emergency plans, we can eat this vegetable quite assuredly. For this huge warehouse, on March the 24th, we decided to use it. On the 23rd and 24th, we have connected the ventilations and washing systems and also the electricity to this warehouse. Currently, this warehouse is operating quite smoothly. To its maximum, this warehouse accommodated 400 kilograms of vegetables. Sometimes the frequencies or the total volume might differ. But when it is needed, we are working under a heavy workload. I haven't been home for 2 weeks. Do you really working under such a workload in your normal days? No, I usually work at 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. It's very difficult. I can feel that you are quite thrilled. You have been under a lot of pressure recently, and this is something that we cannot imagine. Before the live streaming, I was talking to Mr. Tian, and Mr. Tian told me that some of the workers here has been worked for a consecutive 30 hours. And to the maximum, I have disloaded a total package of 14,000 tons of the cargoes, and I feel really exhausted. I think these times our team has been trained once again through this wave of pandemic. Dear viewers, it is very difficult during this tough time. Each one of the industries, every single work of life is working really hard to guaranteeing the smooth operations. We need to thank all of them for their support. You might get a pack of vegetables and you don't know what is behind the stories. Today, we actually bring you to the stories back the vegetables. It takes you 1 day to be delivered to your dinner tables. Sometimes because it is costing you, so do not worry about the vegetables because there are so many emergencies. It might happen to the transportations or it might happen during the delivering system. But after we have get it out of this warehouse, it is going to be packaged to a small package dropping at your front door. For one part, through this anti-pandemic effort, we understand how the people works. So we have added the mutual understanding. It's very important. So here we want to thank you for your hard work. We also hope our viewers also gives you more encouragement. So here we concluded the live streaming and the vegetable warehouse. Thank you.
气膜实验室其实就是负责来把大家采样的这些
result of the NAT samples. So today we are here asking for Mr. Xiao to interviewing Mr. Xiao. So it is more like a laboratory. It is more like a factory than a laboratory, right? Just 15 days ago, it is a deposited factory instead of a laboratory. So can you tell us what kind of samples goes through here? I'm going to give you a more detailed description toward these membrane laboratories. So through this passage, we can see a basic structure. After I work inside, I could see the windows is quite like what I'm getting used to. Around 50 days ago, we have opened this window temporarily because we need to open up a larger door to enable this equipment to be placed inside within 15 days. We only benefited from 2 construction days. It is being operated for 2 days. So here we have the gas infusion room. And for the previous 3 places, like infuriated laboratories, one is the agent preparation room, another is the sample preparation room, the third one is the sample preparation period. So the 3 of them is being separated from each other. We can see some of the laboratory workers has been working really hard. They start their work at 7 a.m. At 7:30, they started the screening for the first batch of the samples. Our cameraman is actually standing at the point that we can get close into. Only with a level 2 PPE, we can get into the sites. We can only check it from a distance, but you are not going to be regretted. Later on, I'm going to show you some of the monitoring footage inside. Some of the viewers is actually checking for today's live streaming. We can see this live streaming is very different from the morning sessions. Can I wrap up of my PPEs? Yes, inside of the PPEs, you should be. So we are standing at you cannot wear a So basically, we are not standing at an infectious area. Through the remote monitoring. So we are actually quite curious. There are so many workers working at the site. When did they get into here? On the right side and on the left side, they have changed their clothes. And when they get out after a very strict second-level sterilization, they are going to, they can get out to, some of them even work 8 to 10 hours, and they cannot even get out. They are not allowed to go to the toilet. And even 10 minutes is very important. We have an internal requirement. So for these workers, how long does it take to get inside? And generally speaking, it takes them 5 to 6 hours to get on site. This laboratory works 24 for today, where we have been operating on a 24-hour base. They are not going to stop. So we hope for a better understanding for the citizens. If you have not got the result from from the applications about the COVID-19, I think all of our workers is still quite busy working on the front line. Although we cannot able to get inside, but we can have understanding through the video footage. All the process, every single one of the work time needs to be monitored. And this larger space it is similar with that space, but inside there are some of the so here we restored some of the materials or daily necessities. It's quiet inside, but a lot of people, but I think all of you, but even if they are not speaking to us, let's have a very quick look. So there's a vehicle from 120 entering into the main entrance. Once they get onto the main entrance, then the ambulance, after it is being checked in, we are going to ask the workers to appear here and send the signals here. During our live streaming, there's one ambulance. Just after the sample taking, we can see the light is flickering. It is quite close to where we are. We are preparing for the samples, and this worker is going to get the sample. Once they get this sample, so where are they going to dispatch this sample? So I can give you a quite simple description. And after the ambulance comes in, we are going to get this sample, and this sample is going to be dispatched to this room. After cleaning up all the numbers through a PDF terminal and through a cloud screening, the information is going to be input into the data center. So here comes the sample. Very coincidentally, the sample has been scanned. I think at their hand, they have bring a lot of informations, including where did the sample comes from, how many people are included in this sample. For such a large-scale sample collection of sample tubes, there are some of the variants or some of the qualities of the samples. Needs a double check. Let's check it once again. How many branches of these workers? If I remember it correctly, today we have received 20 bunches of the samples. 30 tubes, 30,000 tubes. For one tube, it is around 60 people. For our workers in the laboratory, it is going to be a night sleepless. It is the sample number is quite huge. After we input the information, we are going to arrange the experiment, and then we are going to scan it. Our viewers might suffer because it is a very narrow laboratory, and this camera might be shifted or tilted from the normal angle. After we register the information on the healthy cloud might be tested. After the testing, so through this window, the information is going to be transferred into the PCR laboratories, into the second area. And on the second areas, it is what looks like this. So the information is being transported through this window. By adding up this sample, the wholly automated NAT testing is going to be achieved here. By adding up the catalyst, there is going to be a chemical reactions. After sealing this up, we are going to see the 96 different positions. For each one of these blocks, it is going to contain 96 different positions. Then it is going to be transferred into the PCR third areas, which is going to be the augmented areas for the PCRs. first areas is for the agent preparations, where the agent is going to be transferred from this area to the area on the other side. So you can see that the space for the it is quite spacious for the workers inside of these laboratories. There are 14 testers, 14 of our colleagues who is working quite busily inside. You can see their operation. I think even after night shift, we can see it. Let's pretend I am an operator in the laboratory. I think that some of the laboratory workers is actually wearing the PPEs, although I cannot see his faces. He's also wearing a face shield. I think it needs at least 12 to 18 hours for them to work on a shift. We see a lot of materials, and we also see some they actually wearing some of the pads to prevent them. So wearing some of the diapers. So it is just like the computer room. The computer, this is what we call the PCR's equipments laboratories, and inside this laboratory there are 58 of the PCR machines for the augmentations calculations for each one of the machines. For each one blocks, they have 96 different blocks. They have the soft controlling, hard controlling, and 90 different samples for testing. For 90 samples, it includes 10 different samples or 20 different samples. Some of the viewers ask, what is about the augmentations? For if one of you is getting infected, the virus load for one of the person is might not that distinct enough for the DNA to be tested. So sometimes we put a figure on side of that. It is just like two figures. If it is 10 or 15, the whole area is going to be very huge. You are going to send a very huge signal. This is a very typical signal. This is also some of the areas that you need to be care about. There are 3 lines. The 2 positions is quite different. This is actually the analyzing equipment for different brands. Although there are 15 different brands, but the people here is not. There's not too much people working here. There are some of the arrangement of the experiment, but the readings of the data, all the screening of the data is being transported through the system. We have an automated recognition system. Recently, some of the colleagues has been sealed up to read these numbers. I think we are, the time is ticking and we are fighting against every second. Apart from the laboratory, we are seeing a lot of laboratory in Shanghai is also working at the same time to give the result of the NAT test today a result. Apart from these laboratories, there are other different workers working outside of the laboratories. I like to let my colleagues to say hello to our viewers. This is what we call the brain of this laboratory, or headquarters of these laboratories. It is a center where my colleagues is going to read the data, apart from the remote readings of the figure. So for all the data, you should be reading them out. So please say hello to these figures. I think you are going to be working tonight. And this laboratory is going to work at a rapid speed. We are not going to interrupting your work. And we hope that you could get the result as quickly as possible. Thank you. We are going to be with the Shanghai people, and we believe that Shanghai can do it. Today is going to be only a period, and tomorrow and the day after tomorrow is going to wait for further effort. Thank you. We are going to work hard for a quality result. For those of the viewers who did not check about this information, I think that all the citizens need to be to understand that, like Mr. He and his laboratory is still working at the site. the Pudong New areas. Some of the temporary tents has been pushed up here. And just yesterday, the first branch of the patient has got onto the hospital. And currently, we have taken in some 7,600 patients, and 3 of the level 3 hospitals dispatched teams to be stationed in this area, starting from March the 15th, including the Renji Hospital, Tongji Hospitals, and the affiliated hospitals of Jiaotong universities. Around thousands of the medics has gradually entered into these sites. There is around 291 Communist Party members, and they have also formed a temporary party centers. After 1 week of the operations, the medics and also the patient is working really hard. They have the mutual target to be retreat from the COVID-19. And with the progression of time, the time has been darkened. The red venue is what is being used 10 years ago back in 2010, the Expo Center. At the time, it is being called City Makes Life Better. Facing this megacity of 25 million people for an all-member NAT test, it is a battle, it is a fight that we have never seen before. It is a test for the city's capacity and a test for the city's maneuvers. We are still driving across the Pudong New area, near the Expo Center, from east side to westward. So it used to be a very important business areas for the Pudong New district. There are some events unfolding in these areas, although it is 7 p.m. where a lot of people get off work every night, but actually there is nobody here. Let's drive to our left-hand side. This is city's center in Shanghai. Without any pandemic, this exhibition center is going to undertake a lot of shows and commercial displays, including some of the exhibitions, and also it is also another important cultural landmark in Pudong. A lot of large-scale activities is being undertaken here. For this COVID-19 pandemic, this area has been suspended. I have mentioned that in the year 2010, the Expo Center is representing this area. And in the Pudong New district, it becomes an art center. For this art center, every year there are numerous activities, including some of the exhibitions. Normally speaking, there's a lot of family gather up to this art museum and to these galleries, and this gallery has been closed up because of the pandemic. So I'm at the Shanghai route. So this is a center for the consumption, entertainment, and these are some of the residential areas. Lying in front of us, alongside the roads, there are some of the transportation areas. So these are some of the areas for the isolations. There are some of the wooden shield. large-scale vehicles from the east side to the west side. We are turning at the Yaohua Road. It is one of the large residential areas in the Yaohua Road. It is called the Expo Center, one of the large business areas in the Pudong district. So I'm showing you the Lujiazui area in Pudong and also the financial city in Pudong. So with the financial institution, it is going to be busy. And the financial institution makes this city a busy place. Let's check about the new comments in the chat box. There are so many bridges connecting Pudong with Puxi. So here it is what we call the double channel. And this is actually the Lupu Bridge. So some of the viewers actually talks about that the citizens get up at 6 a.m. to do the NAT testing. This city is being locked down and the city is being turned into quiet situations. This is a thing that we have never seen before. We are driving toward the east side of Shanghai through another important cross-river bridge. And the route last year went through completely. In our live streaming, I've been introducing you that for the Pudong new areas, they are working on some of the infrastructures, including the bridges. And lying in front of us, some of the workers is setting up the checkpoints. It is just like what we have been done in the afternoon. So please be sure that they are going to undertake and register our information. So they are registering our course number. According to our previous experience, we are going to register our NAT test as well as the QR code. Our working institutions has been double-checked because during the COVID-19 pandemic, each one of the institutions has reported their information to the authorities. For each one of the movement between the different districts, it is going to be recorded precisely. This massive all-city NAT test is not going to left any single person out. So this is an important fast channel. It has been built in the October 2000. And on the year 2003, it has been put into operation officially. Every day, it's being traveled from Pudong to Puxi. As a driver from Pudong to Puxi, the traffic is relatively quite concentrated, while from Puxi to Pudong, at night, we are going to witness some of the traffic pits. Usually, this route is quite crowded, but currently it's totally empty. On some of the working sites, This is the Expo Center under construction, Expo Park under construction. This project has been approved. This project has been opened up to the public. At the end of last year, we estimated that it only takes a few years later to be opened up to all the publics. We have been at the surface of the Huangpu Bridge. There is huge blocks of the building. It is the headquarters for SOEs. Including the China Power, China Grid, China Commercial Flight, CIEEC, and also it is also the headquarters for a lot of multinationals. Around 10 to 20 years ago, the Pudong New areas attracts a lot of headquarters from the SOEs. So through these reallocations of the assets, the Pudong New areas hopes to gather up a lot of local enterprises, multinationals. So this is an area where you can view and spot the sceneries alongside the Huangpu River. And this morning, at our right hand, it is the Huangpu Bridge. So we are actually working on another bridge, and on the Huangpu Bridge, it is 12 years younger compared with the Huangpu Bridge. After 11 years, after getting down of the Huangpu River, it is the famous Huangpu and Xuhui district at the core of Shanghai city. And moving westward, it is going to be the Xujiahui business area in Shanghai. Today, at this moment, it is the second round of an NAT test in the Puxi. According to the previous plans, at 3 p.m. of April the 5th, the Puxi areas is going to open up to the public. But this is definitely going to be a dynamic change according to the latest information in the provincial control of the Puxi area. The whole city is operating, and there is not too much vehicle operating in the city. Just as what we have mentioned in the morning, it is being the buses is operating in these areas. At each one of the gates, there are colleagues working at the checkpoints to make sure that each one of the personnel is going to have their information being registered here. Starting from 8 a.m. this morning, there is a rally in the Shanghai's news stations, and we have dispatched multiple journalists from the testing result at the different communities. From the material guarantees to the deliveries of the communities to these temporary makeshift hospitals, and just to the last mile testing stations where my colleague Jingyu is based. At each one of the sites, all of them is working for the betterment of this city. As night dawns, each one of the families turning up the light. Some of them might watching the television. But all of us hope that this wave of the pandemic could be fade. So for this beautiful scenery, a lot of household has been lightened up. This is a lightening for our future through the joint effort. All of us hopes that we could work for a huge forces. Another part is that through today's interpretations, through today's live streaming, through today's comprehensive NAT test for the megacity, which is home to 25 million citizens, it is a heavy battle. The continuous impact by the COVID-19 is shaking on the Shanghai's normal life. We went through a period which is unprecedented. We are actually moving back to the Yan'an highway overpass. There are two major arteries in Shanghai. One is the Yan'an overpass connecting Hongqiao Yangtze River Delta. Back to this Yan'an overpass. It is where we are familiar with. The beautiful skyline of Lujiazui has appeared in front of us. To fight against the battle of COVID-19, a lot of citizens has been trapped in this period. So, no matter from the internet, no matter from the WeChat friends moments, the frontline workers has paid into a lot of effort, and some of them are deeply moved. The city, quietly speaking, the city is suspended quietly. All of us hopes that this battle could be finished. All of us hopes that this city could return to its normal speed. At the center of this huge city, it is what we call the Shanghai Mega World, Shanghai Big World. It used to be a entertainment ground, and we are going to build it as an international destination. This is a very important arena for the place, especially at night when you are looking at the city skylines and looking at these lights. There are so many entertainers. Through this entertaining effort, these artists, through their own pens and artistic works, they are spreading the message of love, which is going to enable us to feel their determinations. It is the effort paid by the artist. We are going to get over to the Yan'an overpass, to the bound of Shanghai. Starting from the day before yesterday, the whole bound and also even in the Lujiazui, there are some of the lightning decorating all of us. I think that it has boosted our confidence greatly. So here, right in front of us, I can see the full big word of I love Shanghai. Every night, we are going to see the four big characters. Shanghai 加油, which means Shanghai keep going. We are arriving at the bound of Shanghai. It is quiet with all these glamorous light. This is actually a cluster for the architect from hundreds of the country. It's difficult to imagine to ride in the bound for such a quiet atmosphere. Right now, the city has been lightened up, and we do not see even one single person, even one ghost here. The financial workers is working in this area. Is still contributing to this area. In the morning, we have arrived here in the Nanjing district. Time is very precious for a city like Shanghai. We have seen a lot of workers, medical workers arriving in Shanghai and the vegetables from multiple cities to aid the Shanghai to fight at this battle. Today we have a comprehensive NAT test. We are determined that no single household is going to be left. Actually, each one of the citizens in Shanghai is going to contribute their major workforces in Shanghai following the PPE protection requirement. Be voluntarily participant in this battle. After seeing this architect cluster for 100 years, it is indicating the 100 years drain in Shanghai. Shanghai has undertaken a lot of spirit, including the inclusiveness, openness, modest, along other different Shanghai local spirits. In the morning, we came to the northbound bridge. I'm here to bring you to the northbound bridge at the night. This is the area connecting the Huangpu area and Pudong area. It is also a line. It is also a drawing line. So we are also being stopped by another checkpoint. From Pudong to Puxi in east, we need to go through a checkpoint. I'm sorry, we need to tell them the informations. We are from the CMGs, reporting from the sites. We are here at the Huangpu district. To our left hand, it is the Shanghai building. To our right hand, this is the ferry port. Without the pandemic, it used to be the heart for a lot of international ferries to port here. Shanghai is driving to some of the mega cities. The ferries and international shipment is one of the distinct features of Shanghai, connecting to the Japan and Southeast areas. A lot of citizens is also going to choose these ferries to take a journey to tour around the world. After the pandemic, Shanghai is going to focus on these international brands as the global center for shipment, global center for trade. In the morning, I have seen 2 buses carrying the medics from Nanjing to turn back to the hotels for rest. Later on, we understand that they are here for the NAT test, to work on the NAT test. This is going to be the Tiantong Road and the Changzhou Road for Huangpu district. It used to be the central business area for Huangpu. Currently, there is nobody on the road. For today's nucleic acid testing across the city, it is a massive battle against the COVID-19, improving the efficiencies, as well as guaranteeing the daily necessities and PPEs and medics, and at every single round, it is going to be closely clogged up to make sure that there's no single loopholes in the process. We are bringing you the latest live streaming from the Shanghai at night, the Puxi district at its 4th day. We started this live streaming at 8 a.m. until now. We are going to return back to the Huangpu district, to the bond. And we have seen the lights alongside the Huangpu River, just as required, what is required from the State Council and the CPC Central Committee. We are going to work hard to contain the spread of this COVID-19 pandemic. It is the urgent demand of the Shanghai city. And we also hope every citizen in Shanghai to be a part of this major battle and to understand each other, to be more self-disciplined. Shanghai's discipline is openness and innovation. This is the spirit which is being bare in the citizens of Shanghai. Shanghai is a city with glories. It is a city with heroic peoples. When the storm comes, we are going to unite it as one, to act as one, and we are going to work as hard as we could to temper this pandemic. As long as we are united as one, we are going to safeguard our hometown. At this time, we are going to protect the city and believe that Shanghai is going to do it.